Well, good morning to everybody. We'd like to welcome the public to this meeting of the Education Committee here in the House. I trust everybody had a good Memorial Day. I did, walking in the parade and standing in the sun and almost having a heat stroke. It was 90 degrees up in Haverhill.
Oh.
And yeah, it was really a hot one. It's a corker. So just a little information about what we got going on today. We have one bill which has 3 non-germane amendments. So each one of those non-germane amendments will have a separate hearing before us. It's on Bill HB 136. This is a bill which has a totally different topic. It's prohibiting the employment of volunteering or revoked or suspended teacher or educator. And so this is totally different. The bills are all about the FAFSA. So that's what we will be doing first. We'll be walking through each one of those hearings. And then following that, we'll go into executive session. And most likely, I'm sure there'll be a brief caucus prior to going into that. We have several bills which we have to complete. Once we're done that process, and I'll introduce our subs here in a second. Once we're done that process, we are going to be looking at our retained bills. And some folks are thinking, are you going to be acting on any of those bills? The answer is no. We will not take any action on retained bills today. We're simply trying to identify which of those bills really need subcommittee work and has potential for moving forward. And with that, we would like to try to nail it down to where we're going to have these subcommittees, and then the remaining bills, which we don't, put in the subcommittee, will be dealing as a committee of the whole later on this coming fall. Those reports have to be out by November. So we have a lot of time on the retained stuff. But this is not a meeting in the afternoon where we're going to be actually taking action. The other thing I will speak to in the afternoon is we have several bills have come back to the Senate that are requesting either that we concur, non-concur, or request committee of conference. I always work with the whole committee and trying to determine which direction we're going to recommend. And so we'll be looking at those bills, and I have side-by-sides in each of those bills for committee members, which we'll be able to look at. And the other item I'd like to talk about today is where we are with our education funding in the state here for adequacy. Quite an interesting executive session I attended on Friday. And I'd like to get into the nuts and bolts of the changes of that particular plan that's coming forth out of the Senate compared to that which we had presented in HB 2 from the House. A lot of real changes there. So with that, that's our docket for today, how we're going to treat things. Looking at around the table here, I can see a lot of faces which are not normal. Or not normal. I see one face. Excuse that. That might be myself too. Representative Grassi, of course, has been on education prior to any of us, and so Representative Grassi is over to my left, to your right. He will be here in place of Woodcock. Representative Woodcock. He didn't want to come down with Conway today. Too much fun up there. And then going on to this side, Representative Cascadden is not here right now, but she will be here. She will be here. She had an appointment, and so she will be coming in closer to 11 o'clock. So that'll be fine. Going down that side, we have Colonel Moffett. I understand you turned 35 today.
It is my birthday, yes, Mr. Chair. Happy to be here where the action is.
Yeah, and Representative Moffat's also been on Education before, so welcome back. Going down on that side, Representative Heath has also been on Education before, which is wonderful, and she has been here present many times this year. And welcome back, Mary. Coming around the table, I don't see any faces until we all represent DeSimone. Is it DeSimone or DeSimone?
DeSimone.
I thought so. I won the bet. So she has also been here as a sub before, and welcome. And Representative Murray, you've been here once before? Yeah, and welcome back. Yeah. So with that, we have our subs here in place, and we're going to start right out with our our hearing for today, the first hearing on the non-germane on 136. I'd like to open that up. We have a pink card here from Representative Noble, who is presenting that amendment. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kristen Noble, and I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. I'm bringing this amendment 1396H forward to repeal RSA 193:26-A, the FAFSA graduation requirement, on behalf of my constituent, Superintendent Michael Fournier of the Bedford School District, as well as many of his colleagues from around the state. The reason why this is coming up now is because this law will take effect on July 1st of this year. For those who weren't here, like myself, let me give you some background. In 2021, as part of a Senate omnibus bill, we passed a law that required the free application for financial student aid, or FAFSA, be filled out as a high school graduation requirement, or the student can obtain a waiver. The intent was that requiring everyone to complete the FAFSA could possibly reveal to some students that they could afford college by qualifying for the Pell Grant, loans, or other financial aid from a school. The thought was that this would open the door for many more students to earn college degrees. When you fill out the FAFSA, you must list at least one school that you want your financial information sent to. Prior to filling out the application, a student would have already done the research on schools and likely already applied. It's also not a complete picture of whether a student can afford college. If a student can't pay for college on their own, they'll be applying for scholarships and loans in addition to any aid that they might get. So my point is, if the student has the desire to go to college, then they are filling out the FAFSA without it being mandated by the state. If a student doesn't already have college goals, then they shouldn't be mandated to fill it out. RSA 193:26-A says the district shall provide each high school student or their parents support or assistance needed to comply. High school guidance counselors in this state already do their very best to help prepare college-bound students, and that includes help with the FAFSA. There are countless resources outside of school to help students and parents with the FAFSA. The law states that the FAFSA or waiver is a prerequisite to receiving a high school diploma. But there's really no teeth here, because if a student has fulfilled all other graduation requirements, then they can't really be stopped from graduating. It says the principal would have to attest that they made a good faith effort to assist the student with either the FAFSA or the waiver. So if the law can't be enforced, is there really a need? One of the biggest arguments in favor of Medicaid direct certification was that districts wouldn't have the hassle of chasing after free and reduced lunch paperwork. This also requires the districts to chase applications and waivers for hundreds of students. While this requirement may work just fine for other states, this is not the New Hampshire way. It's an invasion of privacy. It's an overstep by the state for both the individual and our school districts. It sends the wrong message to students that college is the best pathway, but for many students, it's not, and that's okay. This is not to say the FAFSA isn't important, it certainly is, which is why our districts already provide information to students and their families. I know there are some that think that let's just wait and see how it goes, but I trust that these superintendents know how this will impact their districts. They're asking for your support in repealing the RSA. So I have a letter here that several of the superintendents have signed. So I'm just going to read to you the districts that signed it. Bedford, Goffstown and New Boston, Nashua, Manchester, Hollis and Brookline, Pelham, Sunapee, Hopkinton, Bowen, Dunbarton, Berlin, Merrimack, Conway, Kearsarge, Exeter and surrounding towns, Bethlehem and surrounding towns, Keene and surrounding towns, Guilford, Lebanon, Hillsborough, Deering, Alton and Barnstead, Henniker, Ware, and Stoddard. And that's it. So I'll explain my amendment really quick. It's very simple. It just repeals the law, including the reporting requirement.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, Representative Noble? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for presenting your amendment. You mentioned the principal could attest that they've made a good faith effort to do either the waiver or the FAFSA application. Who do they attest to, and what happens
Good
to,
question. I have no idea.
Okay,
I don't know.
so that
I wasn't able to find like any technical advisory from the DOE or anything like that. So there's many questions in here that I have, but that's
Thank
one
you.
of them.
Thank you. Further question, Representative Hall?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Could you read the bottom line sentence from the letter from the superintendents? You know,
Oh, I didn't read their letter.
but is there a sentence in that letter that you could read to us? You know, you didn't look at it at all?
I didn't look at it at all. I have my
Do you have
notes.
copies for?
I have copies I'm going to hand
Okay,
out.
all right, thank you.
Okay, are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in the nutshell, what was the superintendent's objection to the current policy?
So it's probably best to ask them, and I have it all in the letter. A lot of what is what I mentioned. It's an invasion of privacy. State shouldn't be enforcing this on families. And also it could potentially be a burden on the district.
So follow up on that.
Go ahead.
I did hear you say it was an invasion of privacy. I was wondering if you could be more specific as to why it's an invasion of privacy.
Because they're trying to force you to share your financial information.
And a follow up on it, sharing it with who? With whom?
Well, it would be shared with the federal government.
And that financial information comes
Another question,
from-
yeah. Just
Yeah,
try to
yeah.
get your point out.
Yeah, no, thanks. And that financial information is information that comes from Internal Revenue
Right, so
Service, which
potentially,
is part of the federal government
Right.
already.
so potentially it could also be shared with the school. So if we're asking the school to help parents fill this out, you're sharing your information with them as well.
Oh, all right.
And what's very unclear to me is how do they even know whether you filled it out or not? Because a lot of times this is done online. So I don't know if you're supposed to hand them the form.
Yeah, I think there'll be an answer to that coming up.
Okay.
I think there'll be a lot of answers as we have other people presenting here. Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and Thank you for taking my question. At the beginning of it, you said it was important because it goes into effect. So it has, I'm sorry, because I don't know what's happened yet. Has this gone into effect yet?
Nope, it was passed 2 years ago, but it goes into effect July 1st of this year.
So if it hasn't gone into effect, how do we know that there's a problem with it?
Well, I'm trusting that the superintendents can foresee the issues that they'll have with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further question? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Regarding the privacy issue, would you agree that the IRS has certain standards in place for releasing financial information generally?
Yes.
And if I may follow up on that, would you then also agree that by sharing that information more widely than just the IRS, the Department of Education, it may contribute to more eyes seeing that and possibly increasing the risk of data breaches?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Could you make sure we get copies of that letter immediately? Thank you. Okay, I'd like to welcome Honorable Jay Kahn. Welcome.
I too was at a Memorial Day parade and event yesterday. Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to testify. Some background. New Hampshire graduates 15,000 high school students every year. Our in-state FAFSA completion rate currently is 50%. 50%. There's a whole range, and you can go look on the websites and find them. There's a whole range. A lot of schools, a lot of states are at 80, 70, 60%. In fact, if you look at New England, you can see who's winning the race. And I suggest you go to the federal student aid site and look up Massachusetts and look up the GIS map, and you will see all the surrounding states around Massachusetts, and you can see why they're winning the race. Why are companies relocating there when there's plenty of opportunity to relocate in New Hampshire? Well, it's because they've got the educated workforce, and they are completing FAFSA forms at 60 and 70%. Our school districts, they range all over the place. Averages are averages, right? You're going to have some schools that are down at 35%. You're going to have other schools that are up at 80%. If you're up at 80%, you won the race. You're doing great. If you're up at 70%, you might be. But that's only Bedford, Lebanon, Hopkinton, and Londonderry. So 50% is the average in our state. At 50% completion rate of FAFSA, that means that there are 7,500 students who are likely going to college or some post-secondary experience, not necessarily a college, among our graduates on an annual basis. And when you then factor in, and Representative Ladd, you can verify that in fact about 58% of our high school graduates in state, they wind up going out of state if they're going to a post-secondary education experience.
Closer to 60.
And if it is 60, that means that there are less than 3,000 students who are going from high school into a post-secondary education experience in New Hampshire. And that's losing the race. And you can get this data. This does not need to be a swag kind of amendment. In fact, this should have been a bill. And I'm surprised that this committee is considering amendments on this when there is factual data that you should be looking at. Now put on your employer hat. If you were to locate anywhere in the country, where would you locate your business? Biotech, infotech, health sciences. You're going to go where there's an educated workforce. This isn't a pro-education or forcing an education mandate kind of statute. This is a pro-business statute. It's about aligning our education system with the needs of our employers. And you know who those are. They're in the halls on a regular basis. Ask them. What decides the expansion to a second shift in your workforce? Why is it Albany manufacturing is down to one shift a day? Workforce. FAFSA isn't the only basis for is not just the basis for federal financial aid scholarships. It's the basis for institutional aid as well. You can reduce the price of a college education by 1/3 to 1/2 through the combination of federal and institutional aid. That means that a $50,000 per year cost can be reduced to $25,000, Or a $25,000 price could be reduced to $12,000. And you can go on the websites and you can test any college in the country and find out what their actual price is after their discounts. And if you choose to attend a community college in New Hampshire, you could attend for practically no cost at all. A FAFSA requirement is a pro-family bill. It lowers college debt, you begin saving faster, you begin to buy homes, and you can start your family. That is a pro-family bill. The result of getting a post-secondary education credential makes a huge difference in lifetime earnings. We know this. The community college completer earns 50% more than a high school degree completer. A bachelor's degree completer earns 100% more over their lifetime. This is a pro-worker statute. If you're looking at this statute as the school administrator's burden, you are completely missing the point. A FAFSA requirement is pro-business, it's pro-family, and it's pro-workforce, and it's a pro-state revenue strategy. And if you're basing your opinion on a school district that already has an 80% FAFSA completion rate, you are again missing the point. This is evidence-based policy, and your decision today should be evidence-based. You measure what's important to you, and the measurements are right in front of you if you look. If the requirement doesn't work, then change it. It's exactly right. And why was it put off until this year? It was put off because the federal government is simplifying the form. You don't need to reveal family income. It will come from the IRS. It'll be verified that way. The waiver is in place because families may not want to disclose it. And the Department of Education has done what it was by statute asked to do. It has developed a single form for all districts in the state to use as the waiver for their families. So I think you lack the evidence to make the changes that are proposed today. And I hope that the committee will allow this statute to be put into effect. There are a lot of strategies that have been worked on by multiple parties in the state to implement this statute. And it's ready to roll in this next school year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Representative McDonald.
Thank you and good morning. If this statute does not go into effect until July 1st of this year, so it has not gone into effect yet, then how can you be so confident that increasing the number of students that fill out the form would increase the number of students picking New Hampshire over another state?
Thanks for asking that question. Because it has been shown in Louisiana, in Alabama, in Illinois, states that have implemented this act, very similar, almost exact, and they can show the evidence. Louisiana, after implementing this over the last 3 years, believe it or not, is over 80%.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Could you explain what's on the form?
Right.
Could you explain what's on the form?
Well, it is under revision. So the form that I filled out for my kids was about 90 questions. And it drove, somebody help me, Senator Alexander, Lamar Alexander, it drove him crazy. It was his final act as a U.S. Senator to thin down the form. And he forced it through in December of 2020. And that is now going into effect July 1. So as students in this next school year fill out the form, it will be a thinned down 25 question. That was their goal get to a 25 question form. And the reason it can be thinned down is because they've got access to IRS records. And that was the whole idea of why to make the implementation date to coincide with the federal government's implementation of the thinned down form.
I have a question, then I'll jump to some of the others. I recall when you introduced this, Senator Honorable Jay Kahn, to the committee here, one of the questions we all had, I think at that point in time, everybody believed that the intent, the overall is laudable that students be familiar, there's a FAFSA available. The issue which drew a lot of attention and concern was the requirement that if you want to graduate from high school, you shall, and that's the way it came to us, complete the FAFSA. It was modified, so now if a superintendent chases down or a principal chases down an individual, that there could be an exception made. Have you heard from either of those states that you talked about, Louisiana or Alabama? Are there any students that are not filling out that FAFSA that are being held back, not graduating, even though they may have completed all the requirements of an opportunity for an adequate education? They're not graduating. Have you heard of any of that occurring? Because they have that requirement in their law.
I have not. And when the bill came to this committee, it had all three of the options. And that's the way that it's implemented in law. In statute currently, the student completes the FAFSA. Option 2 is that the student or the family indicates that the information has been shared with them and choose not to complete the FAFSA. And option 3 is that the principal verifies that an attempt to notify the student, the family, of the FAFSA completion requirement has been made, and the person has not complied. But the principal can sign off that good faith effort was made. Those three components are exactly what is in those other, what's been implemented in those other states. And I'm not familiar with that instance. And Mr. Chairman, what I saw in your bill introduced this last year with the requirements for a high school or for a student education in the state is financial literacy. And I appreciated your steering that through into statute. The biggest decision that a college student is making, that a high school student is making, is whether they're going to invest in their post-secondary education. That's their biggest financial decision they're going to make. This is going to be part of that implementation and of our education goals for all of our students in the state. And it is entirely consistent with that effort.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Luna and then Representative Lekis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Senator Kahn, for joining us this morning. Among other things, I chair the advisory board over at NHTI, so I've got a lot of familiarity with New Hampshire's community colleges, and I think a lot of families across the state recognize, and they certainly hear this in the media, read this, on online reports and everywhere else, that New Hampshire's community college tuition is among the highest in the country. And I guess I'm wondering, how would a family find out if under that, with that as the backdrop, that New Hampshire's community colleges have some of the highest tuition in the country, how would they know if they qualified to attend community college at virtually no cost?
They have to complete a federal financial aid application, which is the FAFSA form.
Okay.
That's what it
thank you.
stands for.
Thank you.
Representative Lucas?
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. You had said to the answer to Rep. McDonald's question, 80%. Is that 80% of the students are now staying in their state, which was her question? Or is that 80% are filling out the FAFSA?
If that was your question, Representative McDonald, sorry, I did not, that's not what I answered. I answered a question of what was the FAFSA completion rate in Louisiana. I don't know what percent is staying in the state. I don't know that, sorry.
Thank you.
What I do know is that Louisiana's rate was around 50% prior to the implementation of their statute. And they just did a great job of implementing this, and they're at 80%. New Hampshire is in the lower half of our 50 states at 50%.
Thank you.
Representative Dry, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. When we raised the compulsory age of education to 18, we all of a sudden had a great graduation rate from our schools. So I think requiring the FAFSA is going to artificially inflate our numbers of FAFSA completions. And I'm, like Representative McDonald, trying to correlate filling out a form and your end game, which you presented today, which was an educated workforce that's filling lots of shifts. And I'm having trouble getting from this point to this point. Can you help me?
Yeah. I encourage you to go to the Federal Student Aid website. It says very clearly, there's a paragraph that says FAFSA completion has a high correlation rate to college attendance. Agreed, it might boost the numbers, but it may, I just focus on the goal. The goal here is, how do we show that a post-secondary education is affordable? And the only way to prove that to a family is to go through the completion process. It's no guarantee of attendance.
Did you have your hand up? Representative Cordeli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here again. I guess I was a little confused about the whole race concept between New England states and other states, because part of my problem, I think, is, and Representative Dry mentioned a correlation. It seems like you're presenting that there's a correlation between companies relocating to New Hampshire and FAFSA completion rates. And I don't see where we can find a correlation like that.
Well, I think that isn't too hard a leap, but I'll try to connect those dots as I see them, showing that a college or a post-secondary, again, there are lots of ways to complete a post-secondary education without getting a community college or bachelor's degree. Seeing that that is an affordable option promotes education and enrollment. It breaks down one of the most significant factor, deterrent barrier to a post-secondary experience is cost. We have made education beyond high school very costly in our country. And there are industries that are, Texas implemented it without a statute. They did it through their Department of Education. Where is Oracle relocated? Where has Tesla relocated? It's in Texas. Their completion rate is one of the top 3 in the country. I'm just trying to connect the dots. they have, they're educating people in the fields that these companies need to hire, and that's where they're going. Massachusetts has done extraordinarily well in biotech, and it's because they've got a high college going rate. You can just see it. And by the way, I wanted to have a map for you. It's on the website. It's in color, and you guys know better than I apparently. There is not a color printer anywhere in the legislative branches. So I can't get it to you, but you got to look at Massachusetts and see the GIS mapping and see the greens and blues where there's 60 to 80% completion rates, and then compare it to New Hampshire, where in Rochester it's 20%. Sorry, Representative Grassi. There a bunch of schools in my district, Keene. I know the superintendent signed the letter apparently, but the completion rate is 50%. In Monadnock, it's 45. I mean, we got to do better.
Follow up.
Thank you. Just point out that since you mentioned Texas, a few years ago, I had the opportunity to talk with Governor Abbott, and he talked about 5 ways that our state could become like Texas. He didn't mention FAFSA percentage. Number 2, though, was right to work. So I think I would rather go with right to work than FAFSA completion rates.
Another question, or is that just a comment? Okay, thank you very much. Representative Damon, then Representative Belcher.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So I understand the value of the FAFSA and could speak to personal experience with students who needed help to understand that they could afford to go to higher education. What I don't understand is, or have not been able to come up with in my head, some way that this would be harmful to students or districts. Can you speak to that? Is there any negative side?
I think what I summarize from the letter that you're going to read is that this is another requirement when districts probably feel that if they do the right thing by their students, they will produce the right outcome without the need for a statute. We're not there. And if we can demonstrate that we can get there, and in 2-3 years from now, after this is implemented, we see that the rate went up to 70%, and the systems are in place, and this, then we win. And you can repeal the bill, the statute, because it could be implemented without. But we don't have the Department of Education staffing that they do in most states. And so you're not going to see the kind of impetus and follow through in New Hampshire. And just with the statute in the last 2 years, the kind of follow through that's happened with NEAF, the New Hampshire Higher Education Financial Assistance entity. They have amped up their work. They're going to produce video segments, frequently asked videos specific to New Hampshire families and New Hampshire schools. I mean, the rollout is underway. This hasn't been an act that has been dormant for 2 years. People have been working on this and in collaboration with counselors in the state. Anyway, I think I think the idea of mandates in public education are something that folks would just as soon not see in statute and just follow through in good intent. But if that was the case, we wouldn't have education goals, would we, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Getting a little bit to the heart of the matter here, I think beyond the FAFSA, there's an underlying assumption for the FAFSA, the universal, that the universal attendance of college is good and wise for all people. However, we're seeing that not only are a lot of people having difficulty repaying their college debt, there are also a lot of people are having a hard time finding jobs in the fields that their degrees would lend towards. So I think that the bit of a two-parter, if you wouldn't mind, is it a good idea for universal college attendance among students? And does the government have any moral culpability for students who are now having a hard time paying these debts off when we're essentially coercing them toward college?
So I think the goal of post-secondary education ought to be an industry-recognized credential. Bachelor's degree is a great industry-recognized credential. You seldom have to explain much more beyond for many jobs, right? Says bachelor's degree required, right? But that's not the only way to get an industry-recognized credential. There are many ways. You might even do it through your high school education, right? So, no, I'm not saying that every student is going to go. I'm saying that I think it is well recognized that cost is a barrier to post-secondary education and achieving industry-recognized credentials. And that this is a mechanism for minimizing that cost in the same way that it's minimizing debt. We know that there are college students, NEEF knows, and they have said, presented to me, that there was $7 million left on the table of New Hampshire high school graduates last year who went to college or went to a post-secondary experience and did not complete a FAFSA, and they were eligible. They know that because their colleges, they applied for aid at their colleges or wherever they attended. Anyway, we know that there's money being left on the table because people don't fill it out and then go. And we know that people don't go because cost is a barrier.
Follow up, if I may, just very briefly. I think we're in agreement that it's not universally wise for every single student to go to college. But if that's the case, and some of these students know that and their parents know that, and it's a different course, why would we then compel them to fill this out?
So again, there are, in the statute, and I hope everyone's taking a look at it, there are three mechanisms for satisfying this requirement. One is fill it out. Another is say, I've been presented with the information, I understand it, but I'm not filling it out. And sign it, and sign that. And that's fine. You satisfied the requirement. And the third way is that you didn't do one of the two, and the principal knows that you've been in the class, you've had the information presented to you, sorry you didn't fill it out, but I'm checking you off anyway. And that form has been completed by the Department of Education, so that it's one form. Every school district in the state uses the same form, and it's just held in the student's file. That's it.
Representative Hall, did you have your hand up? Okay. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering how this applies to homeschool students, because we have a fairly large homeschool population in New Hampshire.
It doesn't.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There seems to have been some confusion, so I'd like to repose my question. I still am struggling to see the correlation between FAFSA completion versus in-state college tuition. Could you point me in the committee to some statistic that says a student graduating from a New Hampshire high school having completed the FAFSA form is more likely to attend a New Hampshire college than a student who did not complete the form.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that, except to say that NEAF does most of the high school, college nights, and presents as an authoritative body. They run workshops for counselors in the high schools. Anyway, they're really an acknowledged source for the transition between high school and post-secondary experiences.
Follow up, please.
And
Oh, sorry.
and they, as they present, they're going to use New Hampshire schools as the example. Here's what the costs are if you don't fill out the FAFSA. Here's the sticker price. If you fill out the FAFSA and you qualify for assistance, here's how much that price goes down. If you do that step, here's how much institutional aid you can expect to receive. And so those examples are presented directly to the student. On the FAFSA form, you may recall, I recall, you fill in at least, you can fill in one school and satisfy the requirement. But you can fill in 5 schools, and hopefully they're filling in New Hampshire colleges. Maybe they're the safety school, but it does then offer them what is that comparative cost. I mean, the price. We always get mixed up in higher education. What's the cost and what's the price? The cost is a sticker cost. The price is a discounted rate. And you go on the federal scorecard, right, college scorecard site, and you can find here's the sticker price, but students on average at that college only pay this. And that's because they filled out a FAFSA and they've gotten institutional aid, and that's how much is the price. The mechanisms in our state can improve the percentage of high school graduates staying in state to attend school. But even our in-state costs are high. Yes. And we've got to make efforts to demonstrate that access is still a possibility without incurring huge amounts of debt.
If I may follow up, please.
Yep.
So I understand from what you are saying and evidence from NEAF that there may be reason to believe a correlation exists between FAFSA completion and their likelihood of a student to pick an in-state college. But from what I understand, is it true that there is not evidence of this time to suggest that we can guarantee a correlation exists between FAFSA completion and in-state tuition?
There's just a correlation between FAFSA completion and college or post-secondary attendance.
Okay.
That correlation is established and the federal government has it on their website.
But in-state New Hampshire versus out-of-state, that's a speculative correlation, at least at this moment in time.
I can't make that correlation. Only that we have the highest percent of our students that go on to college attending out-of-state, of any state in the country. We know that too.
Thank you.
I have a question and a little follow-up. As a trustee with the university system in New Hampshire, we struggle all the time why they are doing that. And one of which is, of course, we know our tuitions, if we're not top, it's right below UVM then. But I have two issues here and one question. There appears to be an assumption, several assumptions within this process we have in place. One, that this whole process is not taking place right now, that our local school boards and superintendents and principals are not establishing a process in which to encourage students to look at this, whether it be the Granite Guarantee Loan or whether it be FAFSA, through our counseling processes. There's an assumption that that may not be working or is not working the way it should. The other assumption I see is that that it parallels a little bit of the first one with our local control. That the state has a better way of telling these students, this is what you're going to have to do. And some students may say, I've passed the ASVAB, I'm going off in the military. Or they may say, hey, I've got that industry recognized credential already through the Career Technical Education Center. So why am I filling this out? I have no desire. I'm going to go off and become an electrician. Because why? Well, you read it in the Wall Street Journal every day, just about recently, there's a decline in students going to college. And why? Well, the skill that they're attaining in the school, whether even being in high school and CTE, is going to net them a better income than coming out with a degree in political science or history. So I think there's some assumptions here that I just have never been able to get my hand on why we feel we can do it better than local control, which I feel is already doing this. Can you help me out with that a little bit?
So it's being done, and we can say that through this mechanism, the state is putting a high value on trying to inform students and families of the opportunities that exist for them. That's what we're saying as a state with that statute. I agree, but schools, the counselor, the student to counselor ratio, we know in schools varies dramatically. Some schools are able to spend more time with their students in planning their education to career guidance than other districts. And apparently, you can see what those, I bet there's another high correlation. If you've got a high student to counselor ratio in your school district, chances are you're not spending as much time on career preparation with your students. So that's the, I mean, the evidence is there. There are so many districts that are at 50% and less in our state. I mean, how do you get to an average of 50%? You got a bunch of schools, few schools that are over, and a whole bunch of them that are less. And that's just not representative of where the jobs are going to go in the future. And
as a past principal and administrator, the top goal was always the student and ensuring that the student is going off to a workforce career pathway that's where the student is really thought about and been given support by our staff and parents. My concern is there's 22 superintendents here now who are saying that this process is probably already happening in my school. Why do I need the state now to mandate this? We're under the threat of withholding graduation.
Door number 1 is completed. Door number 2 is just, I had the instruction. It's part of my financial literacy requirement, and I signed off that I've had it, and I'm not filling it out. That's door number 2, and door number 3 is the safety net. The principal can say, we've made the students had that opportunity to complete it, and chose not to. Door number 3. It's not a heavy, stiff requirement. We've got a lot more requirements in statute that are a lot stiffer than this.
Thank you. Are there further questions, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so Jay, I recall
more speakers.
attending NCSL higher education work group meeting with you several years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, and it was the first time that this had really hit my radar screen, and I remember you speaking quite passionately about it at that meeting. In fact, we were sitting at, I think, a table during lunch with some senators from Louisiana who were telling us how successful this program has been in their state, and the line of question, the most recent line of questioning here, sort of reminded me of not just that that meeting at NCSL, but also meetings that we've had here and people that have joined us in committee for similar related bills, and how much of this effort is not actually being generated locally, but generated through partnerships with NEAF, as you've mentioned, but also with, you know, TRIO programs like Education Talent Search, Upward Bound. I was writing a few of them down. Right. Apprenticeship New Hampshire, the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how the current statute, which comes into effect on July 1st, leverages those you know, third-party initiatives in supporting our public schools.
Yeah,
and their students.
thanks for that question. NEAF, New Hampshire Higher Education Financial Assistance Corporation, has assembled representatives of those groups as you just identified, and they have come to the table to help talk about what's the kind of training for the professional development opportunities for counselors that's needed. What kind of frequently asked questions are there? You mentioned the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation has come up with its strategy for paying for one course to college, so that it again is providing more financial incentive for people to attend. The TRIO programs and Upward Bound programs that are college-based, federally funded, are instrumental in this, and so are the state's colleges, the 22 college financial aid officers, a part of the overall planning, and they too participate in the school workshops that take place. So yes, it has amped up the collaborations between all of those parties.
Great, thank you.
Just want to remind the committee, I'll take the questions from several more people, but we've spent an hour on the first, primarily with Senator Khan here. We have several other folks who are here to speak on this bill right now, several superintendents. And then we have two others which are coming up afterwards. So I know we're getting this pretty much taken care of in the first non-germane amendment here, but let's limit the number of questions we have left. I know Representative Lekis, you have a question, and Representative DeSimone has one. Pardon me?
I can hold mine.
For another person, okay. Yes, the superintendents will be up next. And if you don't mind, Superintendent Fournier and Belke, you could come up together if you want to. We have two chairs right here. Okay, let's Representative Lekis.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the FAFSA. So if I'm a family and my goal is to find out, would I even qualify? I have to name a college, and that college will be getting my personal information, even if I don't qualify. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions for Senator Khan? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'd like to call forward Brian Belke and Mike Fournier. Seeing, I think you're both on this letter here, and you're probably both come from the similar angles.
And we rode together. So it just makes sense. We're happy to do this together.
Okay. So why don't you introduce yourselves and we'll get on with it.
Sure. I'm Brian Belke. I'm the superintendent of schools in Goffstown and New Boston.
Mike Fournier, superintendent of schools for the Bedford School District.
So I think I'll start and then I'll hand it off to Mr. Fournier. I agree with everything that Senator Khan said. I think that he makes a lot of compelling points. I support families filling out the FAFSA. I have two college-age kids. Both of my kids go to the University of New Hampshire. I'm paying the highest in-state tuition in the entire country, I believe. So I am a supporter of kids going on to school. I'm a supporter of kids having multiple options. My issue with this is don't put schools in a position where we're going to refuse giving someone a high school diploma because of a decision that their parents made. That's my whole singular argument. I support FAFSAs being done. I support an educated workforce. I support people considering all of the options, including higher ed. Just don't put high school principals and superintendents in a position where I'm going to withhold someone's diploma because they didn't fill out a form. Or I'm going to fill out forms and say, well, I'm going to fill one out, a waiver for everybody, and it's going to water down the effect of what you're hoping to have occur.
Great. Thank you. Again, Mike Fournier, Superintendent of Bedford. Thank you for having me here. I've actually never spoke to a body of the legislature before, so this is a first for me. We have a lot to do in our day jobs, so we don't often get out. So essentially, Brian and I have not talked about this in depth, but I agree with what he said. And my linchpin on this issue is really singular as well, is that we are tying a parental duty to a student's graduation. And in Bedford, at least, when a student graduates from high school, it is based on what they know and are able to do. It is not based on what they know and what their parents can do. And so when you graduate from Bedford High School, you, not your parents, can do algebra, you can write, you can read. It is not what your parents can do. And so this ties a student's graduation to what their parents elect to do or not to do. So that's sort of the first piece. The second is, and you all know this, we're sort of in this environment where there's a fair amount of tension between families and schools already. And as Brian can attest, there are a number of requirements that school districts have that we do, and we're happy to do them. This is one that, in my opinion and in the opinion of my 5 board members, is an overreach and an overstep. While I do conceptually agree with most of what Senator Khan shared, I certainly do not make the connection between a better business environment and filling out FAFSA, nor am I going to compare New Hampshire's high-quality education to that of Mississippi or Louisiana. And I'm not sure an arbitrary 80%, I don't know what it's going to get us. However, I will say, for both of our communities, we spend a significant amount of time through Naviance in Bedford, through meetings with NEAF, through parent meetings, working with families to make sure they understand the options that are available to them so that they understand what is before them so when they go off to college. So I have three kids of my own, 2 of which have graduated from college, and 1 who is currently attending, proudly, UNH. And so, you know, I can, not arbitrarily, I can say, I think with some certainty that one of the reasons why many New Hampshire students don't go to school in New Hampshire is because it's too expensive. I will say, out of the 15 colleges my 3 kids applied to, every single one of those colleges required FAFSA in order for them to receive scholarships. So the school district didn't require it, but the college did. And so as they were attending college, in order to apply for scholarships, they had to fill out the federal form. And so from our point of view, this is not an administrative burden that we're looking to avoid. It's really linking a parent's job to that of a student, and adding an additional layer of possible tension and conflict between parents and schools that really don't belong there. It's a family decision, not a school decision.
Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I taught high school for a long time, had an opportunity to talk to a lot of kids, particularly in their junior and senior year, about where they're going. I still, when I go to the store and there's a kid bagging, I say, you know, what's your plans, right? That's a teacher's job. I noticed in the letter, as I'm just kind of zipping down it here, there's one statement that's made, it says that the mandate's unnecessary because families are already aware of the benefits of completing the FAFSA and many do so voluntarily. That wasn't my experience, that there were students I felt had the ability and had the interest to go to college, but we were told constantly by their family that they just didn't have the money and that it would be a tremendous burden on them and that they should go and bag groceries at Hannaford's for a while and maybe get enough money to go to take a class at the local community college. And they were afraid of FAFSA because a lot of the information that's out there, and when you talk about detention, was that it was a government overreach and that it was the government going to find out about their income and blah, 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 blah. But I'd just like to say, how are you sure, or how, and both of you are coming from great school districts. And we know some of the school districts are really struggling in New Hampshire. I represent Sunapee, so, you know, and I taught at Kearsarge. So those are two big districts that really push guidance counseling and mentoring kids in their junior and senior year, what they're going to do afterwards. But how can we be sure that all families are aware of the benefits of completing the FAFSA, the ones that aren't already voluntarily doing it and pushing their kids towards, you know, making sure they have some direction after school?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak, how freely I can speak. There's 3 amendments, I believe. One of them, I think, is, so the other piece I think this body, it's important for you to hear, is the Superintendent's Association, when we spoke to them, there's not an outcry to simply remove it like this is a terrible thing that has happened. Every superintendent on this letter believes in filling out that form and providing opportunity to students. The issue that they have is making it a requirement for graduation. But to answer your question more directly is, I believe one of the amendments sort of outlines what many school districts do, of which Goffstown and Bedford are one, which is provide parent nights, provide parents and students with all the information necessary, meet with guidance counselors, bring in NEEF, so that when students are working, our students as freshmen meet with their advisors and their counselors and start talking about the college process and have these conversations early and often, so that by the time they get to their junior and senior year, they're in full swing and ready to go. And so the amendment that was brought forth, I believe, by you, Representative Ladd, I think would be very appropriate, because it actually makes a requirement for school districts to do those things, which I think are needed and appropriate, but it stops short of putting in a requirement, is my sense. I don't know if you agree or disagree, Brian.
If you follow, sure.
So at one point, I taught a cooperative class that was you know, underwritten by the federal government as a pilot program, and it was targeted at students who were B, C students, but had a lot of potential, that teachers realized had a lot of potential, and for the most part, that their parents had not gone to college or had even not graduated from high school. We took a trip. First of all, those parents don't show up to the FAFSA requirement, or FAFSA, you know, the college nights and all that stuff. We went down to a college, and I'm trying to think of the name of it. It was down in, I believe, Nashua, and it was actually a college that was set up like Notre Dame or something like that, that was set up in a former department store. Okay, and the reason we were there was one of the students was very interested in going into physical therapy, and I knew one of the people that was adjunct or professor down there, and it was, you know, it was great. I mean, it didn't look like Dartmouth, obviously, but it, you know, it was a college and working well at the time. And when we got back, this young gal who was really wanted to do that, both her parents were first generation people. Neither one of them had graduated from high school. They were afraid of people that talked about college. They were afraid of FAFSA, basically, and she was in a very big quandary how to go about doing all this. And it took a lot of help from, you know, like I said, our school was very supportive. But I'm wondering if that same child was a student, a senior over in another school that's close to us that's struggling, whether she would be where she is now, and she's a physical therapist. So I'm just wondering how I think the purpose of this was not that you didn't have enough information for kids whose parents want them to go to college, or kids who really kind of think about college and come from a supportive family in that particular line, but it was to catch those kids and those families that need a little bit extra, not incentive, but totally, but need some way to see that there's a pathway through to maybe the dreams that the kid really wants to do, and money shouldn't be the object. And particularly with, we have colleges that are springing up like SNU, that are very, fairly more affordable, and certainly the community college system is making a lot of it more affordable with the, the different courses they can take in high school and get credit for it. So I'm just wondering, do you think you're reaching those people? And because you've said in the letter that, it's a done deal, it's unnecessary because we've reached all those, do you not see that this would maybe open the pathway for more students?
So I can't answer that definitively. What I can say is this makes it feel more like a stick and less like a carrot. And so, to the extent that you can get people to fill out FAFSA as a stick, then maybe. But I think the intent that we'd like to get after is exactly what you say, because those are the kids that really pull on our heartstrings, that we want to make sure that any student that has a desire to pursue higher education has all the options available to them. And so to your point, there are some schools that have more resources to do that than others. But whether you're a school district like Bedford that has resources or a school district that doesn't have resources, at the end of the day, this is going to be a checklist. And it's not, one of the questions was asked earlier regarding, well, what happens if a parent doesn't? And superintendents will be very, they will not be holding kids from graduation because of this. And I don't know how effective it's going to be getting after those kids. I'd like to see something that would come forth that's more of a carrot. And I see Representative Ladd's amendment as more of a carrot for those kinds of students. But I do appreciate the question.
Representative Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, and thank you for the work you do. We often see your representatives from the association here, but we rarely have an opportunity to talk with people who are actually in the field on a daily basis, working with kids and teachers, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
My question revolves around the waiver issue. We've heard that there are two different types of waivers, one from the parent, one from a principal. Could you address that as a part of the conversation here? Thank you.
So I think that's somewhat nebulous right now. I have not yet seen the waiver, or if the state has established a waiver at the DOE. They may have, I just haven't seen it yet. Of course, the school would have to do it. Right now, we're having conversations about what would that look like. Essentially, it's going to be a checklist for us, those students who have filled it out, assigned parent. Think of a permission slip, right? That says I've completed it, yes. I'm not going to complete it, no. And then, of course, this is actually, the timing of this is perfect, because this is the time where I meet with my high school principal and he says, okay, I'll say to him, how many students are on the list that may not graduate on June 10th in Bedford? And so last week, I think we had 8. And so we go over every single student. What is it that's missing, that this child has missing, where they can't graduate? And so this we'll add this to that list, assuming the law is in place next June. We will do that. But what that exactly looks like, I think we're going to have to tease that out.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. How will you know if a family has completed the FAFSA?
I believe from Bedford's point of view, unless we're directed otherwise by the Department of Ed, it will simply be a signature from a parent that they've done so. But we will require no other proof than that.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you please explain to me what the process is for a student who's going to go into the trades as opposed to going on to college and the parents refusing the FAFSA. Can you explain to me what your process is to help that student graduate on time?
Right. So one of the things that we have done, and I think the Department of Ed has done with the legislative body too, is to provide a number of pathways to students, understanding that not every pathway to graduation is the same for every child. So for example, I believe the state has 20 credits that are required for graduation. Bedford has 24. But we also have a 20 credit requirement. There are some students that take HiSET because the traditional route is not right for them. That's formerly GED. There are students that have multiple pathways. There are some students who will come to us early with their families and say, we're not going to be a traditional student for you, and we want to move through a pathway differently than a typical student would. And so what our counselors do is they meet with those students and they talk about what are the options available to you and what are the pros and cons of those options, right? So some students will graduate from high school with a 24 credit degree and go on and help run the family business. Some will go into a military academy, some will go to a 4-year, some will go to a 2-year, some will take a gap year. But as Senator Condon mentioned, a vast majority of Bedford students go on to college. So in our case, the students that you're talking about who go on to trade schools, it's a much smaller group, at least for us. I don't know if your process is similar.
Yeah, and I would say in general, we're encouraging those kids to go on to trade school. You're going to make as much money as an HVAC technician as you're going to be if you go get an accounting degree in a lot of places right now. My brother's a union plumber in Boston. He's doing just fine. So we really encourage kids that are interested in the trades. We want kids to have a lot of pathways. We want them to be able to follow what their dreams are, what they're interested in. And we want to do that for everybody. What we don't want to do is say, you didn't fill out the form. Unfortunately, you're not getting your diploma today. I'm not going to do that. I've been a superintendent for 10 years. I'm not going to withhold a diploma because a parent didn't do this.
Follow
Follow-up.
Thank you. Thank you for taking this question. How will, when this goes into effect, change your process for those kids who are going into the trades and making bucket loads of money?
I think we would just have to have that kind of sheet, kind of like Mr. Fournier was saying, that I either completed the form or I understand that it's available and I'm choosing not to do it. So we would have some kind of a form like that. But again, now you're chasing hundreds of graduates. Did you get your form in? Did you do your, it's just more of a burden on our local public schools. Just give the schools one more thing. They'll take care of it. They always do. That's what this feels like.
And it comes with an apology. I'm sorry, Mrs. Des Moines, this is a requirement. We have to do. Would you kindly please return this to the school district? Well, why do I have to do it? And then we have to explain it. And then there's a process. And it is fine if that is what you want for your child and you understand it. But if you've ever sent a permission slip home to 23 students and expected to get them all back for something they want to do, imagine sending something home for something they don't want to do. Right?
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Hall?
Chair, thank you for taking my question. So door number 3, doesn't that get you off the hook for what you do in Bedford and Goffstown? Like you're giving these parent nights and whatnot. So door 3 is saying, we gave you the information. Doesn't that get you off the hook for every kid?
I think that it does, but then it goes to the question, what's the point of the law to begin with?
I think it's the other schools that maybe don't do what you're doing.
Which is why I think Representative Ladd's amendment is so appropriate, because it puts the requirement where it ought to be, which is, for instance, school districts. So Bedford has had a personal finance course for the entirety of the school district's been open for 14 years. My understanding is now all school districts are required to do that. So I think having a requirement to make sure that students are aware and informed of this is very, very appropriate. Putting a parent's responsibility and tying that to a kid's graduation, it isn't right. Graduation is what a child knows and is able to do.
And it should be a celebration.
Any further questions? Last question, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Superintendents Fournier and Belke, for being with us this morning. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, well, actually, let me sort of preface it with when my kids were going through school, K-12. They did very well, and they did very well after graduation and after college as well. But I don't think it was without a lot of work on the part of my wife and I and our family to make sure that they got up on time in the morning, made the school bus, had breakfast, got to school on time, all of that stuff. And, without a little bit of that encouragement, I think Luke might have slept until 11 o'clock in the morning every morning. And I'm not sure, but I suspect that would have affected his performance and success in high school in particular. But I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, those sorts of things, that how student success is related to what parents do, whether that's feeding them or putting money in their pocket so that they can buy a school lunch or fill out the free and reduced price lunch paperwork so that they're fueled up and ready to learn that day, and maybe how that reflects on Bedford and Goffstown, which are as has been said, are tremendous, very strong districts in the state. But how it reflects on your family's, their rate of post-secondary degree attainment, and how that, looks. I mean, is that pretty much standard across the state, or do we see different things across the state? Because these are statewide policies that we're talking about.
I would say certainly the challenges in Bedford and Goffstown look different than challenges in other communities in the state for sure. But I would agree that achievements that our kids have are reflective of their parents for sure. So your reluctant wake up student in the morning, you getting him to school on time was very important for his success in school.
Okay, thank you.
So if may I make a comment? I agree with you. My college kid still sleeps until 10 or 11 sometimes. So this is just something interesting to share. So Bedford, we do have our share of problems. This year, we just instituted for the first time at one of our elementary schools a breakfast program. It started off about a month ago, and we started with 25 students, and then it grew to 50 students, and then I think the last number I heard was 75 students reading breakfast. And the principal reported to us, he said, Mike, the behavior of the students has improved so much since this program started. And it's sort of a basic thing that kids learn when they have a full tummy, right? I'm sure their parents are feeding them at home, or most of them are, certainly. And so I think as parents, we do have a responsibility. And for me, I think that sort of gets to the heart of the matter, that it is a parental responsibility. I do think as a school district, we have a responsibility to sort of open the door, show them the options, make sure the buffet is available so that we can explain all the options available to students and make sure the pathways are there. As I have said consistently, I just think I'd like to stop short of making it a requirement for graduation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to testify on this amendment? Not seeing any, we'll close this hearing and we'll go into the next hearing, which is also on the same SB 136, non-germane, of which I am the sponsor of that. So I will hand the gavel off to Representative Cordelli, and I'll be out front.
Thank you. So this is Amendment 2023-1744H. And we'll call on Representative Vlad for its introduction.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to introduce 1744. There's a number of reasons why I've done this. My past experience as a school principal and administrator honed in a lot of what's discussed within this amendment. But I'm also reflecting just as a father and as a grandfather. I've sent my own children off to Texas A&M, to Elmira College, to University of Idaho, just recently grandkids to St. Lawrence University and University of Maine. Why University of Maine? It was cheaper than UNH. And so that's one of the reasons why people are leaving this state. But I'd like to talk specifically to the rationale behind this bill. And I think we've talked about that. The intent is, yes, I recognize the value of FAFSA. When we first heard this bill presented several years back, and it goes into effect this coming July, we had that bill introduced to us where there was a mandate. There was a mandate. You don't do this, you don't graduate. We amended that in committee here to allow for the provision that if they signed off on this form, they were able to, they would graduate if they didn't want to complete FAFSA. That was a result of House education. Now, if you look at the amendment in lines 12 through 22, it explains the process. It says every district has the responsibility to ensure that students are provided the FAFSA. It also gets into the middle of that, the discretion of the school board and the school to decide what they do in communicating with a student about their next step as they leave high school, whether it's going to be community college system, post-secondary education at the university level or college level, or going into the trades. That is at the discretion of the local school to decide how they're going to go about doing that. And there's then also the processes in the bottom of that where we give some suggestions of how that may occur. I'm just going to reflect for a moment of what's going on at Woodsville High School. Woodsville High School is a school that does not have the resources. They're not like a Bedford or Goffstown. They're a smaller high school, roughly around 250 kids. They're in a district which is a property poor town. That's Haverhill. And we have an outstanding program within that school allowing children, students to become familiar with FAFSA and with their opportunities which are beyond 12th grade. Each year, one of the teachers, happens to be the social studies teacher, takes students on a field trip to Boston. Where do they go? They go to Northeastern, they go to BU, they go to Wentworth, they go to BC, they go all those schools down there which students might be interested in, and they challenge the students to look at these schools. They also, through their personal finance, literacy, and economics, provide this understanding of the FAFSA and the need to complete it because there are monies available. I just went through it as a grandfather with my grandson, the one that went to University of Maine, fortunately went on a full ride scholarship. If you want that, you got to get in athletics. However, the grandson, he's also in athletics, but it happens to be a Division III school. So they have to do it by way of a little bit off their $70,000 a year tuition. And so the rest of it comes up from FAFSA and things such as that. And we went through and explained that. He went to St. Johnsbury Academy, much like Pinkerton Academy right here in New Hampshire. At St. J, we have kids coming in from Littleton, from Bath, from Piermont, from a number of communities up and down that river, including Lyme. And at that school, they have a parent evening, grandparent evening, whatever adult wants to come in and be informed about FAFSA. They also, through their teachers, they have advisors to these students, and they're constantly talking. My sophomore right now, next year, has already been advised, and we are taking a trip this summer down to UNC in Wilmington, has a wonderful science program in terms of engineering related to Seacoast. And it's also one of your best buys in terms of expenses. And that's been conveyed to us by the school. And so, I think it's important to recognize that all these schools, whether they're a resource strong or resource weak school in terms of funding and the resources, they make this available and they do the counseling. And that's what it's all about, the counseling, the working with the teachers and parents interacting and asking these questions, and students ask the same things. So, and also for career technical education, we have more students who are going on to career technical education out of that program than we do even out of our high schools. And so when I talked to a student when we were down in Salem, where are you going to school in the CTE program? She said, oh, I was already accepted last year, Virginia Tech. That's also being done through our CTE programs. There is no need to have a mandate that you're not going to graduate, or the threat. If you don't get this form in, if you don't sign off, and for a principal, as a principal, would have to chase students around, that is quite a chore. I have better things to do in terms of curriculum instruction and working directly with the management of the school than trying to chase down, ensure that you complete the FAFSA. That's not my job as an administrator. It's really that of the counselor and the teachers working collaboratively with the parent. And so I believe that we need to have a process in place in statute. That's what this bill does. It ensures the process is there. It takes out this penalty in this threat of you won't graduate. We have a lot of indicators, like 13 or 14, as what is an opportunity for an adequate education in RSA 193. And those indicators are indicators that reflect on what they did either in CTEs or where they're going off the ASVAB, if they participated in advanced courses in school. All that's there. I don't think it's necessary to put another mandate like this in. I do think it's necessary that schools ensure that students are provided this opportunity and this information. And that's what this bill does. It does it without the mandate. So I won't talk anymore about it, seeing that we have had quite a discussion already. I'll take any questions if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you. I was wondering if this one also does not apply to homeschool students.
No, this is not. Homeschool students are over here in a separate leg of the stool. This does not apply to them.
Would there be a way to make it apply to them?
I don't think it's necessary to, when we've had bills come for us and we're in the hall and we usually get a huge turnout when it's a homeschool bill or a charter school bill, you listen to homeschool parents and they're very engaged. Yes, there's a few outliers, as there are in regular public education. The majority of them are there doing this right now with their students. So I think they're quite capable. I think what we have to do is concern ourselves with our public academies, our public charter schools, our public high schools, and leave it at that. We put a lot of mandates out to superintendents lately. And Dr. Appleby's behind me. And when we put a request out to know how many teachers they were short during the school year, but we initially got 20% up to 40%, maybe about 56% compliance. When we wanted to have the school-based management plans for emergency situations handed in to us, when we first talked about that on the Public School Infrastructure Commission, we had 20% return. 20% return. When we put the carrot out there, you won't receive any of this grant money, any of this $30+ million, within 2 weeks, we had them all in. So, we put a lot of mandates out there. I can't believe there's a person in the business of being a superintendent, a principal, or a commissioner, or a deputy commissioner of education really doesn't love kids and really is there for the purpose of ensuring that we can get every child along that path. So I think this is basically something that we should be doing as far as communicating FAFSA, but it should not be a mandate. That's just, I don't know how we're ever going to turn around to a student and saying in another year from now, from this summer, saying, you didn't complete this form, you're not going to graduate. That's a lawyer's dream, especially when they have all their units for graduation completed and satisfied. You're going to turn around and say, you don't graduate? And where am I going? Well, I'm going off to become a plumber and earn more money than I would have as a political science or a history major at college. Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks for bringing this forward.
Yeah.
And I think there's some certainly, as you laid out, a strong rationale for this. But I was wondering, since you brought up the Woodsville example, if you could let the committee know what the FAFSA completion rate is.
I can't tell you what the FAFSA completion rate is. I can't tell you what it is for the state. You'd probably find it out from the federal government. When we're looking at this, there are other ways. We are a poor town, and if you're going to go off to Plymouth or Keene or UNH, Granite Guarantee pays for that entire tuition. So I don't need FAFSA. I probably could come out with no debt. So I don't know if FAFSA is the answer to all this. I think what the thing we should be looking at, how many students go off from Woodsville and get employment and are happy and married and have children there in Woodsville. And it's high. It's high. Post-secondary education is not the highest, need there. It's to stay in my community, to stay where our master plan says they live there because they want to live there. They like the environment. They like the culture. And they're very successful. So we have many people there that are in positions of business that don't have college degrees, but more successful than I ever was.
Sure, and a follow-up on that, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
and certainly there are the Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, examples, both who attended college but didn't graduate and certainly found success, along the Malcolm Gladwell, the right place at the right time, as well, and interest. But yeah, it honestly, it only took me, from the time, Representative Murray was called on and started to ask a question. She was two words into it, and I found the Woodsville data right on the US Ed website. And you said there's about 250 students in Woodsville High School, so that would be about 60 that are in the graduating class, and 23 completed the FAFSA as of the 12/31. So that includes that's the full number of people. So it's slightly below state average according to Senator Kahn's remarks. But I was wondering when we've got a nonpartisan state policy that is still being presented by the Charitable Foundation, by the Community College System, by Apprenticeship New Hampshire, and by others of 65 by 25. So 65% of the of grown-ups in New Hampshire having a post-secondary. And it doesn't have to be a bachelor's degree or master's degree or PhD, but or even an associate's degree. It could be a valuable career credential. As our former chancellor to the community college system used to talk about so eloquently, that the community college system provides pathways to careers, not necessarily through associate's degrees, but how do we get there? How do we get there with just a policy that like you say mirrors what Woodsville is doing? If that's only achieving 23 out of 60. In terms of, FAFSA completion, how do we get to 65 by 25 without having something more of a stick? And I wouldn't call it it's not a stick. You're not going to graduate, Luke. It's a stick saying, you know what? If you really don't want to find out. That's all it's about, finding out. If you really don't want to find out, I'll write you a waiver. But we need you and your folks to come down tomorrow night to the Woodsville Library and learn about the FAFSA. How do we make that happen? How do we get to 65 by 25 without having a little more behind us like what's in the current?
We're not going to get to 65-25. We're there.
I agree with that.
Okay, so that was Ross Cattell's deal.
Yeah. But
in comparing Haverhill to a Hanover, I don't want to live in Hanover. I don't want to live there, period, for a lot of reasons. And those folks that are coming out of Woodsville, Haverhill area, I don't think we need to have another mandate where our teachers are going to our counselors or principals or superintendent are going to have to run down all these students. We are trying to run a school in a way that is best satisfying that community and the students within it. And I think it's a darn good job that they're doing. This is just throwing another mandate in our face, and it's contrary to local control. It's contrary to where we really should be as a legislature. This is a local decision. And I think it's being followed to have that many students going off as, you know, or FAFSA. I would like to know what the total number of kids are that are going off to college from up there. I know there's a number of students in there that don't want anything to do with FAFSA that are already going to go to school or are at post-secondary right now. I don't think FAFSA is really an indicator of how many folks are going off to post-secondary education. And I don't think we should use it as an indicator either.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Ladd? Seeing none. Oh, yes, Representative Balboni. Sorry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think you might have just answered it, though. Is that why you're repealing 193E310?
193E1, you're getting down in the weeds.
Yeah, just curious.
If you're talking about repealing the FAFSA requirement, no.
The reporting.
The reporting of it. When I made all those reports as the school principal, I oftentimes wondered what's happening with them at DOE. Going into a pile, never read. We knew, we had worked with the parents, and I think we had accomplished what we were supposed to do. The kids were graduating, had that opportunity for an adequate education, and went on to jobs. So I think this is an area that I questioned even when this bill went forward, and I think most of us that were there at the time said, well, we were able to kind of make the absolute requirement. If you don't fill this thing out, you're not going to graduate. We sidelined that with the option that you could have this form. I still think that's really kind of inappropriate. I think that it's the state with their big hand getting down on top of those districts where we know what is best for our students, and I think that you try to find for me the schools which are not dealing with FAFSA right now, that are not counseling, that are not working with students and advising them that this is an opportunity where you can receive some dollars to help go to post-secondary education. I'm open to that. And that's what this bill does. It suggests that, you know, you can do it through programs with parents at night, which is done, I think, most everywhere. You can have counselors dealing with large groups and small groups. That's what should be going on. At school during the day, you can embed this into your various classes which you're teaching. Certainly, if you're talking finance literacy, you should also be talking about how do I come out of college, you know, debt-free, hopefully. There's a lot of different ways of doing this, just like our social studies teacher takes students down to these colleges and checks them out in the Boston area. I can't help that most of the students up my way do choose to go to school out of state. It's always greener on the other side of the pasture for these kids. You know, they all come back. Most of them come back. So, thank you.
Follow up?
Just a quick follow-up. So I guess when you're getting to the reporting, you're saying that you don't see the value in having that reported out. That
if we're reporting, did we deliver an opportunity for an adequate education? That's what I'd look at all those indicators trying to identify and report to our Department of Education. And there's a number of them listed there. You know, how many suspensions, expulsions were you in the school? I think that's important to know. How many students are going on to post-secondary? I think that's important to know. And I think it's even more important to find out how many actually go to post-secondary education and come out and graduate. All those other indicators, but I don't know how we can say that this is a requirement or this report impacts as an indicator that that child has received an adequate education. It has nothing to do with it. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. The other indicators do come back and relate to advanced AP courses. They revolve to the CTE programs that they've taken. It provides that information to the department that we are doing this and students are graduating and they have been delivered that opportunity for an adequate education.
Representative Grassi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being from Rochester, I was a little dismayed to hear that Senator Kemp said that, Rochester has a 20% participation rate as far as FAFSA is concerned. I know that they do the parents' nights. By the way, I have two children, one at the University of New Hampshire, one at Southern New Hampshire, two grandchildren who are currently at UNH in Southern New Hampshire, and two children who graduated from the University of New Hampshire as well. So, but I know that they do parents' nights. I know that they do outreach to the families as well. But 20% of the people in Rochester fill out these forms. It seems it's a problem. We have one of the highest rates of free and reduced lunches in the state. We have one of the larger communities per capita of welfare families in the state as well. And it seems that the only way that these kids are going to get to break that cycle of poverty, and I can't remember who said it, but the greatest equalizer in this country is a quality education. And I know guidance counselors encourage children to fill out these things because I hear the complaints that all the guidance counselors do is push going to college. But the thing is that if we're doing a lot of those things, I mean, I can't get my school district to afford buses to bring them here to the State House for fourth graders. We've got one school coming out of the whole city of Rochester because the PTO had to raise the money. The school district didn't have the money. How do we fix it when we're basically doing most of what's in your amendment and we're still not getting the results?
Look at your adequacy bill. Look at the finance bill that we have going through the Senate and the House right now. We're going to fix some of it right there, but it goes back to leadership within the building and leadership and expectation. And our parents and is the school on the same wavelength? Are they aligned with the aspiration that we want our child to have this opportunity? I'd also ask the question in Rochester, how many students are going on to post-secondary education? How many students are going off to work in the military? How many students are off to right out as a result of the CTE program down there, which are going off with an industrial recognized certificate already? All those are part of that equation. It's just not FAFSA alone. There's a lot more to this, which we gather that information and have that. I'd be very shocked if it's only 20% of the kids in Rochester going off to college.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you. I was wondering about the reporting part of it too, because I think some of the other parts of it make sense to me of your amendment. But with the new and improved internet program that the DOE has with the iReport, I mean, it seems to me that it would be that's where it would be visible rather than before that actually came online where they just kind of shoved it in a file. Now we can look on and find a whole lot of information about each school. And I think this might be an important thing to be there.
I think that having this, the bill as maybe perhaps written by this amendment is very important to have in place. I, for one, though, am a little old school, as I think you are, Representative Tanner. Those statutes, I want to have the book in front of me. When I'm talking with folks, it takes me usually 20 minutes or so before I really get to the point where I'm really starting to think on that topic in depth. And I think that the eyeball-to-eyeball communication, rather than always on the web, is really important for students to see somebody that's really asking them the questions and having the discussion with them regarding where are you going, what do you plan on doing, are you taking as a freshman and engaging as a freshman and sophomore the types of courses that are going to lead toward that goal. I think it doesn't just start as a senior. And as one of the superintendents mentioned, they have the freshman evenings, and that's what they do at St. J. Academy as well. And so, and that's why I am taking the trip now at the end of that freshman year down to Carolina with my grandkid to really start looking. I think that's important. So and we'll find out that, yes, there'll probably be a need for a FAFSA. Absolutely.
Yes.
That wasn't like my point. My point was, because I totally agree with you. I'm old school and yes, talking to the kids, being hands-on with the kids. But the reporting requirement that you've deleted on page 2, lines 3 through 5, the repeal the reports. I believe when Representative Balboni asked you the question, you said you didn't know what happened down at the State Department with these, and I agree, we ask them to file things and sometimes it's, where does it end up? But I'm just saying something like this might be an important part of the I-report where it gives characteristics of each school.
Oh, I have no objections to that. The FAFSA information is available on the federal level. It's
Right.
just like Representative Luno was able to say, here's where Woodsville is just like that, because that information is available.
But this bill actually, if you don't repeal that.
Follow up?
actually- Yeah, sorry, allows the DOE or actually directs the DOE, I believe, or the schools to submit that report to the DOE. I don't have.
And I don't believe it's necessary you have to report this stuff to DOE. I think that it's already reported to the federal government, so it is available. DOE, if they wanted, they could put it on the web. They can get it from the federal government and put it on their iPlatform. But I don't think this is, what you're doing is you're telling that school district, again, here's something else you got to be handling. And there's a point where we got to say, we cannot be asking these schools to do everything that we think of that's necessary and forget what you're doing down there, which is so very important. I'd rather say, let the schools figure this out. And this is something we have to, the diploma is not issued by the state of New Hampshire. The diploma is issued by your local school district. And that school board's awarding that diploma. So there's where it belongs, right there. I guess I'll stop right with that.
See no further questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I do not believe there are any further cards for this amendment. So I'll close the hearing on this and we'll turn the gavel back over to the chairman.
You got 5 minutes.
So thanks. No, and I'll make this quick too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So for the record, Dave Luno, representing the people of Merrimack County, District 9. We're folks that live in Hopkinton and Bow, and I always include Concord because Mel and I are never going to give up on Concord either, and across the Granite State. But I'm here to introduce Amendment number 1812H. Just to be clear, really clear, I support the statute that's currently in law, so I'm not supporting any of these amendments, but I did want to offer this one as a third alternative since we're dedicating this morning to speaking about non-germane amendments to Senate Bill 136. And so really what Amendment 1812 does is adds one more mechanism to that's available to principals, to school districts in this process. So Senator Khan talked about the 3 mechanisms that are in place in the under current statute: complete the FAFSA, complete the waiver, or the principal attests to that the school has provided support and assistance in informing students and families to how to complete the FAFSA. This creates a 4th mechanism to for principals to say, hey, you know what? We've achieved the number. And that fourth mechanism is by reaching an 80% FAFSA completion rate, as has been done in other states that have enacted laws similar to what we have on the book that would take effect on July 1st and apply to the school year that ends in June of 2024. So that's all that this does. So for districts that are providing local education services to students and families in terms of how to complete the FAFSA, what the FAFSA is, where the availability of information is, and running that just like what we heard from the superintendents in Goffstown and Bedford, and they're able to achieve that 60%, that 80% success rate. Great, they're done. No burden at all. Principal said, you know what, we're at 80%, and which they can find out very easily. In fact, they don't even need to chase down FAFSA paperwork or letters from families saying they've completed the FAFSA, because the information is available on the USAID website under federal student aid. And in fact, if you just look up online federal student aid and plug in the name of your town, Bedford, New Hampshire, it's the first thing that'll come up. You click on it, and you can download a spreadsheet. Everybody knows I love spreadsheets, and you look up Bedford and it'll tell you exactly the number of students that completed the FAFSA cumulatively by quarter. So you can find that out, and that's all that this amendment does. Is said using data reported by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Federal Student Financial Aid for December 31st of the current school year. So that includes current students who are graduating, as well as students who had graduated in the prior year and had applied late. So if that total number is 80%, then you're good, and the process continues. I just also want to take a minute, since I've got the microphone here, to say I just find it really hard to believe that we're looking at the FAFSA as an optional equivalent to going on to the military or going on to into the trades or becoming an apprentice somewhere. All the FAFSA is a piece of information giving you something that you may not have already, that your family may not have already known. We all read media reports. UNH, really expensive. Community college systems, really expensive. But that's different than, can my family afford it? And that's all the FAFSA is telling you. Can my family afford it? And if I'm seriously considering what do I want to do for my career, that might be a piece of information that I want to consider. If I'm considering going on to college or going into the military or using my CTE degree to enter, an apprenticeship program, I might want to know if my family can afford college, just as part of that decision tree. And that's all the FAFSA does. We've had politicians in the last, 7, 8 years say ridiculous things like, we love the uneducated. And frankly, my parents never ever said that to me. And I hope none of your parents ever said that to you, because that was something that was more than aspirational. It was probably more aspirational for my family's generation than it was for mine, because both my parents went to college. My mom had advanced degrees. So there was an expectation that at least I was going to work hard and consider college. And of course, it would all depend on ultimately what, where you get in and what you can afford. And that's an important thing. So I hope as a generation of current leaders in New Hampshire and across other states, that we're not giving up on that aspirational ideal that, college, as well as other things too, helps people lift themselves up. become successful, and I've heard my constituents tell me, become tax-paying citizens in the United States, in New Hampshire and in the United States, which helps all of us. And so that, yeah, that's what these opportunities, as opposed to, you know, other opportunities that may not be so successful for a person or for a family. And college is among those opportunities. So is military. So is CT and apprenticeship. All are important. This is just part of the decision-making process. And all this amendment does is just provide rewards a district and their students if they're making the grade and hitting that 80% bogey. So thanks very much. Sorry to take up more time than I thought, but and I'll take a question or two if it was.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I have to ask, and thank you for letting me, I was trying not to. When we had the gifted student bill in here, which most of us recall, one of the arguments against the gifted bill, which is now law, was that it was an unfunded mandate. And now, especially after hearing the superintendents describe the administrative concerns they had about implementing the bill that is coming into effect on July 1st, wouldn't this be far more of a unfunded mandate than the gifted report?
You know, that's a great question. I mean, the gifted report not only requires the school districts to do things, but also requires the State Department of Education to do things. And honestly, I think there's a real open question about how anybody is going to access these quote best practices or whatever they're called, and what sort of utility they're going to provide anybody at all. But we certainly know from what Senator Khan had testified to, that where policies, as the one we have in New Hampshire, comes into effect on July 1st, how that has manifested in terms of FAFSA completion in other states. And information is power. And that's something that benefits all of us. And you know, and I empathize with you know the testimony that we heard from Superintendent Fournier in Bedford. You know, when he's saying that, you know what, most of our families are already completing this, but as he also said, he's not dealing with the same challenges that a lot of other districts across the state have. And I like to say in Hopkinton, and you know what? I was surprised. I haven't heard anything from our school board members, so I was surprised to hear that Mike Flynn, the superintendent of Hopkinton, signed on to this letter. I was at one of the Hopkinton school. Mel and I were at a school board meeting with Mike Flynn and the board on Tuesday. Nobody mentioned this to us, so I'm sort of a little surprised to see his name on there. But you know what? Ask Mike Flynn, ask the superintendent in Hopkinton how school districts 20 minutes up the road are doing. What's their FAFSA completion like? What's their what's student success like in their district? And I'm talking about Newport, New Hampshire. And not to throw Newport under the bus, I've interviewed students for MIT, coming from Newport, and frankly, I've told Rick and Mel know this, that it was one of the most amazing college interviews I've ever had because of what this student and their family had to do to get him in a position where he could succeed. And I didn't follow the student afterwards. I do know that he did not make it into MIT, but this kid was going to be a success. And it was because they were working hard to get the best education for their student, despite the resource limitations in that district. So, this is just something, despite it being an unfunded mandate, that we're hearing is already being done in Woodsville and in other places. The only thing that's not being done is the final checkoff. And what the current statute does is require the checkoff. So what's where we get value from what's being done right now is when people attend, when students and their families attend, and they find out the answer about whether they can afford college or not, or maybe they just find out, you know what, I don't even want to bother trying. I don't even want to bother trying. They got to listen to NEAF or Education Talent Search or Upward Bound, or Apprenticeship New Hampshire, or Mike Trammell from the Charitable Foundation talk about the opportunities in the context of other opportunities too, but at least find out. And all that we're talking about repealing here, not in the amendment that we're looking at now, but Representative Ladd's amendment, is the checkbox. And the checkbox is the essential piece of this. That says, look, at least you got to give it a try. And you know what? If you really don't want to give a try, there's a waiver. We can attest that we at least offered it. And with the 1812 amendment, or most of our kids are already doing it anyway. And we've, Senator Conyers' term, won the race. So I would really hope that members of this committee and members of the House and Senate will recognize what we put into law a couple of years ago and give it a chance to run itself out, give it a try, see what happens. We can find out right away from the Federal Student Aid website how that's manifesting in terms of completion numbers. You don't even need to wait for principals to report anything or anything like that. You can look it up, you can find it, we can find it out ourselves. But let's just give it a try. And sorry about the long answer, Representative Moffett, but but there we go.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Maybe you can correct my understanding of what this amendment says. I'm looking at lines 11 through 14 in particular. The school district shall award a diploma to the student, and I take it it means whose parents did not complete the requirements of paragraph 1, which is the waiver or the completion of the FAFSA. Right. On two conditions. First, that the student has met all the graduation requirements. Secondly, and on line 12, and the completion rate for that high school is at least 80%.
Right.
So if the completion rate is not 80%, does that mean that the student cannot get that high school graduation award?
No, thank you for the question, Representative Cordelli. No, one of the other exemptions would have to one of the other three mechanisms for complying with the current statute would have to be true. Either completing the FAFSA, or filling out a waiver, or the principal attesting that the school has made a good faith effort to provide information on the FAFSA. So any of those three things. This one is introducing a fourth, saying that and I think Representative Cordelli characterized it perfectly well, that if the school district is already, if FAFSA completion in the school district is already at 80%, then the principal can attest to that, and all the students will have met this requirement. Obviously, they have to meet other graduation requirements in there, and the language in Roman 3 is lifted from the other two. There's the FAFSA completion, which also says you have to complete all of your other graduation requirements, the waiver, and you have to complete all your other graduate requirements, and the school has provided the opportunity and information, and you have already, met all of the other graduation requirements.
Follow up.
Thank you. Yeah, I think maybe there's conflict between paragraph 2, which says that the principal can attest to they tried to get the FAFSA completion rate up, and so forth. That says that if they do attest to that, the student can get a graduation requirement. Right.
Correct.
But this is paragraph 3 that says the student cannot get a graduation requirement if the completion rate is less than 80%. So I think there's a conflict between paragraphs 2 in the existing law and paragraph 3 here in this amendment.
No, this says, paragraph 2, so, my apologies to the members on the committee. This is an amendment and it doesn't have what Representative Cordelli is looking at. But paragraph 2, let me step back. The statute currently has 2 paragraphs, a Roman 1 and a Roman 2. A Roman 1 says all students must either, as part of a graduation requirement, complete the FAFSA or complete a waiver.
Right.
Paragraph Roman 2 says that if the student has failed to meet the requirements of paragraph Roman 1, that the principal can attest that and I don't remember the exact word. Good faith efforts have been made to provide information to students and their families with respect to FAFSA completion. Did I sort of characterize that pretty closely? Yeah. And then that the principal can attest to that, provided the student has met all the other graduation requirements. And then paragraph 3 is taking another step, saying if the student has not been able to meet the requirements of paragraph 1, which is complete the FAFSA or provide a waiver, then and the principal can attest that 80%. There's an 80% FAFSA completion rate in their school, and that the student has met all of the graduation requirements, then the student can graduate. It's mirrored the language from paragraph 2, which is the alternative to the FAFSA and waiver. So it provides, and with this amendment, it would provide 4 mechanisms for a student to graduate in compliance with the FAFSA statute.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Grassi.
So just to make it quick, if what I'm understanding here is that if they meet the requirements of 80%, all the other requirements are waived, other than your academic graduation requirements.
You've satisfied the FAFSA requirement. Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Lekis.
Can you explain to me what's magic about 80% and why if 80% of your kids did it, then it doesn't matter?
Yeah, I mean that's a really good question. When current FAFSA completion statewide is at around 50%, I believe that's what Senator Khan testified to, and that has a range all over the state from well below 50% to well above 50%, including at 80% or above. That 80% is an attainable number in a lot of districts. That it is an aspirational number for many districts whose students are not even taking a look at completing the FAFSA, but from what has been witnessed in other states, Texas, Illinois, and Louisiana, that they have seen statewide completion numbers go above 70%, with most districts or many districts getting above 80%. That seems like a reasonable number, in terms of looking at good achievement rates, and it's certainly a number that puts the state above the targeted goal of 65 by 25 when current higher education attainment is. I don't know what the current percentage is in New Hampshire. I think it's in the low 50s, low 50%. It was 49% a few years ago, and now it's right around 50 or 51%. So it puts us in the right direction to get there.
if in fact the student that's the high school student has met all disciplinary type requirements, nothing there, all course requirements for graduation, why should the student not be allowed to graduate from high school?
That's a really good question, and I think there's a lot of other things that contribute to whether or not a student graduates from high school, including the student's ability to attend, the student's ability to be there and learn. And in this case, it's a student's financial literacy in understanding what opportunities they may have in terms of affording higher education, and as a society, whether that's the state of New Hampshire and our economy, or the our country as a whole, we base a number of policies on policy priorities that we want to see, and for instance, one of them was years ago, certainly way before my time, was home ownership, and how home ownership was going to help expand the middle class and provide greater wealth opportunities for people all across the countries. And one of the ways the United States provided a strong policy for home ownership was to provide the mortgage interest tax deduction, and that opened a lot of doors for people. Is it a good policy? Yeah, I think home ownership in the United States is a really good policy, and when we see policies that break that down or erode that, then we get into situations where we're taking a step back, and in this case, we hear all the time, it's being debated at the federal level right now in terms of work requirements associated with the new federal budget compromise, along with the debt ceiling limit, and we're hearing people say, well, you know what? People need to be working hard. They need to be taking initiative on their own. They need to be doing something to improve their own success in their own lives, as opposed to relying on us to do it. And I'm just sort of paraphrasing some things I think I've heard in the news. And completing the FAFSA is another one of those things. It may help to dispel a misinterpretation or bad information or bad assumption. I don't want to say bad information, but a bad assumption. Maybe that bad assumption is, you know what? My family can't afford college. Maybe that's the bad assumption. Why is that? Well, because I read all the time, I see all the time that the state of New Hampshire doesn't contribute enough towards the university system in New Hampshire, enough state funds to the university system in New Hampshire, or the Community College of New Hampshire, and both those institutions have among the highest tuition rates in the country. There's no way my family's going to be able to afford me to go to college, or that I'm going to be able to go to college on the hourly rate that I make bagging groceries at Demoulas. And I'm not saying anything negative on Demoulas.
I have a follow-up question.
But let me finish this.
Go ahead then.
But this is going to give new information to people, and that may have been operating under a bad assumption that college was closed off to them, and you look at a lot of colleges, and again, I'm thinking back to and I certainly don't know the financial situation of the student I'd mentioned up in Newport applying to MIT, but first in family college acceptance is a really important thing. I think it was probably important for their family, but I think it's important for us as a country too, because once that Band-Aid is pulled, how did we talk about it earlier? Once that cycle is broken, then future generations do go to college and or do attain post-secondary certificates and are in the workforce and are paying taxes and are successful and they raise families. And just like what Senator Khan said, it's good for the economy, it's good for families, and it's good for the workforce. And we don't all have to agree that staying on getting an associate's degree from NHTI, where Representative Moffitt has taught for many years, where I serve on the board, is necessarily the right thing for everybody. Nor is going to UNH, nor is going to MIT, or any other things. But understanding what my options are is huge, is of huge importance. And when you're basing it on assumptions, it's not good. And especially the assumptions that could be created based on, you know, the information here in New Hampshire on college tuition. You know, I was surprised. I mean, I've been on the NHTI board for I think close to 25 years, and when Senator Khan said, and I wrote it down, that that the community college in New Hampshire can be at no cost to people who qualify for Pell. And that's absolutely true. I've always known that, but I never really connected that you know what? I don't know if I qualify for Pell unless I fill out the FAFSA. And then when I find out my family qualifies for Pell, wow, New Hampshire community colleges are free. So that's why.
Okay, my question to you is then, a student not complying with paragraph 1. School's FAFSA record, 50%, 60% below 80%. Student received early admission at the beginning of the senior year. Is that student not going to graduate?
No. The student will either get either have a waiver from their family,
The student's not participating at all in that waiver.
Or the principal says, you know what, we did just fine for this, and you know, we provided the information that you've got on there, that in your amendment, Representative Vlad, that has been provided. So to the student and their family. So yes, that student is going to graduate. We have no information, Senator Khan talked about this, no information of students being denied graduation. But having this stick out there compels more families to at least find out the answer to this. And you know, we're not, I mean, I know New Hampshire, other than the primary, we don't like to be the first in the nation on much. And we're not the first in the nation on this one either. There's at least 4 states that have done this for years now. And you know, I'll be sort of, you know, lay it out. Yeah, these are red states too. And they're seeing good things as a result of the policy as we have it on the books right now. No, the student's not going to be denied graduation. If the student hasn't completed the FAFSA, I'm surprised that they necessarily completed a college application. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I think the you know, the other part of the sort of the connection here is if you don't complete the FAFSA, you're not completing college applications either, whether that's the automatic application that you can have for community college, or if it's an application at Dartmouth where you've got you know, where you're an early decision candidate, and yeah, and there may be some people that live in some towns across the state that recognize the situation that they're in, where there's a tremendous amount of family money, and there's no way I'm going to be getting financial assistance. It's going to be expected that my family contributes 100%, but that's not why the statute is on the books right now, and it's not why we're doing this. yeah, I want those kids to go on and be successful too, but I'm less worried about those kids than I am, the kid in Newport, and making sure that they complete the FAFSA. They know eyes wide open what their opportunities are, whether it's college, whether it's military, whether that's apprenticeship, whether that's what they've continuing what they've learned in CTE, but eyes wide open, and there's nothing inconsistent with going on to one of New Hampshire's community colleges and going into the trades, because that's one of the areas that our community colleges concentrate. In fact, the University of New Hampshire also provides some trade. I mean, there's an HVAC program right down at UNH in Manchester. So, but you don't go into that. You don't go to UNH Manchester unless you complete the FAFSA.
You go to University of Maine without completing a FAFSA. My granddaughter did that. Early admission, full ride, didn't complete FAFSA. So, I just, I think this is just, heavy-handed on all students, and a student that did not want to complete that FAFSA, didn't need to complete that FAFSA. One went to Texas A&M, never completed a FAFSA. One went to Elmira, never completed a FAFSA. Just recently, Maine, we did it for St. Lawrence.
So I don't want to. It's hard for me to. I mean, I can certainly speak in the generalizations and what the statute was intended for. When you're talking about specific students, like your daughter or grandkids, I'm not going to get into that with you in a public forum like this, and whether or not a college, what a college may have been looking for in terms of income, or whether student financial aid was provided for by the college. I know there's a number of colleges that do provide full need and have need blind admissions, MIT being one of them, and they'll provide student financial need for families that are earning north, and I believe the number is above $400,000 right now. You'll still get some student need, and I know that's a high number when talking about median household incomes generally in New Hampshire, but it may be something that some high earners in New Hampshire might be surprised to know that they qualify for federal financial aid, or even more importantly, financial aid from the institution that they go into. And a lot of this financial aid come in the form of grants as opposed to loans. This could very well be something that helps reduce New Hampshire's student loan debt by opening the door for more students to receive direct grants from the institutions they attend. All institutions, including the university system, community college system. Tim Allison is in here quite a bit, who directs the community college system foundation, and I think they'll all be the first to admit that one of the things that has opened the doors to so many students to attend college, particularly first in family to attend college, is the generosity of alumni. And I think if colleges are going to protect that revenue source of the generation of alumni to contribute to college scholarship foundations, then these institutions better be strong at making sure that we're providing the need where it's needed, and that's one of the things that the FAFSA helps to ensure, that based on answering the questions and the information that's provided through tax information that comes over directly now, apparently, that a student's need is going to be demonstrated, and foundation dollars are going to be applied where they're needed.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to follow up quickly on a question that the chair posed about the specific situation and whether or not a student would graduate, early graduation or early acceptance to a college, not filling out a FAFSA. And I know you've said that they would not be held back because of the waiver, but I've looked at it. I don't see anything that would require that waiver. So would you agree that it would be at the discretion of the principal whether they would graduate or not?
So the waiver, thanks for the question. The waiver can be completed by the family, and I think if we're in a situation where my family was so concerned that about our son or daughter not attending, not being able to go to college, early decision, because we didn't complete a FAFSA, and we're beside ourselves that our kids may not graduate, that, you know what, we'd fill out a waiver and do it. But if we didn't, let's say that I just had a refusal of filling out waivers, that the principal then could either fill out a waiver or attest that the school had provided information to the student and their family about FAFSA completion. Or if they didn't do that and they had 80% or more FAFSA completion rate, that the principal could attest to that as well. So I think there's the first mechanism is complete the FAFSA. And the other three mechanisms are waiver, good faith support and assistance, or with this amendment, 80% FAFSA completion rate in the preceding year. I don't think anybody is necessarily more expert, at least as far as today, on the efforts that are being done by NEEF and others across the state, and what's been going on in other states. And there's just no evidence of anybody under that circumstance having their high school diploma withheld. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that's something that we've seen.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, are there any other pink cards for this amendment? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We will close this hearing and yeah. Pardon me? Basically, what we're going to have to do now is we're going to go, the next step is that we're going to have to take action on these two bills, but we'll probably have a caucus prior to that. Yeah, well, lunch is important. Yeah, so let's take, if we're at 12:35 right now. So if we have an hour for lunch, can we also caucus in that same time? Yes, I would think so. Let's do that. So then we come back.
1:35 or 1:45?
Yeah, let's come back at 1:45. Once we do the action on this bill, then all these people subbing today can leave, because we're just going to be doing organization or subcommittees. So 1:45.
Dems will caucus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the noon is to deal with the two bills that we have for executing. 136 as amended possibly by one of those three non-germane we heard this morning. And then 213, which is a bill that deals with social media and career technical education. So what I'd like to do first is explain to the public that there's going to be some discussion within these two bills which we have coming up. The bills have to be out of this committee today, as they have to be reported by Thursday. And quite truthfully, I don't think a lot of us want to come back Wednesday to work on this. I got a couple guys from that. So we're going to have to deal with it today, one way or the other. Then what we have following that is that we have bills which we have retained, of which there'll be very little, if any, discussion on the particular topics. What we're trying to do is just one thing only, is to discern whether we're going to have a subcommittee for a particular bill or not have a subcommittee, and wait to take up that bill during a committee of the whole later on next fall. So the subcommittees we would identify, there's definitely several bills here which we can combine into one subcommittee, but we just don't have the workforce here to do a subcommittee in all 20 bills and do it properly. So with that, we will be doing that.
Concur or non-concur?
Yeah, and then we do have 4 bills which we've received from the Senate, which this group's going to have to decide whether we concur, non-concur, or request a committee at conference. That we can also do if we have to by way of the web, as we've done it oftentimes before. That's not a public process. It's one of which we do internally with the committee. Lastly, we are in the process of trying to update this group right here on where we are with our finances in terms of education for the upcoming biennium. There's been a number of recent changes, including today with Senate Finance, and that we just need to be all on top of where the education funding formula is and how it's going to impact various educational programs. So let's get on with the executing of the bills here first and get that done with. We want to look at the 136 bill first, Senate Bill 136. This bill prohibits the employment of volunteering or of a revoked or suspended educator in a school district. And so I need to have before we can get into any amendment, we need to have a motion on the bill itself. Representative Cordell, you ready to make a motion?
I am. And that would be ought to pass.
Is there a second on the ought to pass on 136? Okay, we have a second from Representative Myler. Was it down there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So with that, is there any discussion from the maker of the motion?
None. I'm sure we'll have plenty of discussion on other topics.
Representative Myler? Same. Okay, with that, then I'm going to recognize Representative Noble for a motion.
I move, wait, we're doing yours, correct? I move ought to pass on amendment 1744H.
I'll second that. Okay, so we have amendment 1744H. This is a amendment we heard this morning. It deals with the issue of FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid assistance, which is an issue dealt with by the high schools. We had 3 hearings this morning. I'm not going to discuss it any further, seeing I presented it, and I think everybody in the committee knows where I am. Is there further discussion from members of the committee on that?
Sure.
Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. While I think 1744 it helps to, codify what some districts are doing right now, I think it doesn't move the needle with many of the districts who are currently.
Which one are you talking?
The LAD amendment to 136. No, this is the Ladd amendment to 136. Yeah. Motion was made by Noble, seconded by Ladd, but we're talking about 1744. That's right, 1744.
Yes.
That in some districts that are actually doing this, and like I say, some districts are doing this, but in some that are doing it right now, like Representative Grassie's district, it's only achieving about a 20% FAFSA completion rate, which is far short of I think any reasonable benchmark, and less than half of what the state average achievement rate is. So I'm inclined to want to leave the current statute in place, give it a chance to perform. It hasn't even come into effect. In fact, doesn't even go into effect until July, and give some districts a time to see how it works out.
Further discussion on it? Yes, Representative Lekis.
I think what we're really concerned about is making sure that all students are exposed to the FAFSA, have know what their benefits are from it, all of that. This makes sure that all students are exposed to it. If there are districts whose parents, who are going through all of this and they're not having a bigger application rate, I would argue it was because the parents didn't want to. And I have spoken to numerous parents from multiple parts, both very poor and sufficiently, I won't say very rich, but sufficient, who just absolutely disagree with having to give any of their personal information over. They consider it a violation of their privacy. And unfortunately, you can't just apply and get an answer. You have to actually choose a college, and that college gets your information, so your private information is out there. And what I have heard is that they just don't want to do that. So forcing them to do that and holding graduation over their children's head in order to force parents to provide private information, I think is totally not what the state should be doing.
Further discussion? I'd like to say one thing about that. The Department of Education has developed a FAFSA waiver form. That form is simply a form in which the student or the parent of the student, if the student's not 18, signs. The form goes nowhere. It does not go to DOE, so it will not be part of the I-platform at all. There's nothing in statute says that this is part of the I-platform, as it's been alluded to earlier. It just stays right there, probably on file somewhere in the school district or the school district office. It's basically in alignment with what we heard from the superintendents today, and we know there's well over 20 superintendents have signed a letter, a memo that Representative Noble provided us, that states that they believe the process is good. We need to let students know that FAFSA is a process in which they can receive monies to help support their efforts to go to college. We all agree on that. Its problem is that, and it's this amendment, as it's stated, ensures that the students will see this form and have it communicated to them, and allows the school districts, the local school district, to continue doing what they're normally doing in terms of this process of informing students, these high school students graduating, of the processes that are taken to fill the form out. So they have counselor to help fill the form out. They have family information center sessions at nighttime or during the day available to them. It's offered through teachers at the school, many different ways of doing this, and quite successful at that. The process comes, the conflict comes, is that when we start telling them that you will not graduate if you haven't jumped all these hoops, and it takes a school principal a lot of effort and time to chase down people to get permission for them or get their signature on this form right here. And that's just another requirement. And so you get the signature of the parent, so be it. You know, you can't get a telephone conversation essential like that and say parent says yes. You have to have the parent come and sign the form or give it to a student and bring it back. Well, everybody knows getting permission slips home even from elementary kids regarding a field trip can be a devil of a time. To get something like this, and we don't even get the application forms back for free and reduced in the high school kids. And we know we're shallow numbers in terms of determining free and reduced, and poverty in these schools just resulted. That's why we had Medicaid Direct, which we're going after. So we have many school districts here that came and said, we support the process of FAFSA. It's a very important step. It shouldn't be part of what we require in order to get out of school. It should be achievement and performance in terms of those 20 to 24 credits courses required. So the amendment does not stop the process as far as FAFSA communication. What it does stop, though, is that threat of graduation has been taken off the statutes or off the books. So I think this is a good step forward and in line with what schools are doing and supports them and ensures that FAFSA will be provided to students. This bill ensures that. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. And I believe, Chairman Ladd, you mentioned the waiver would not necessarily go anywhere. It could be, as we heard from the department, they don't know what happens to it. It can be filed in a drawer, it could be shredded, it could be anything. And I think the same applies for the current law, paragraph 2, about if the parent does not sign the waiver and there's no FAFSA filed, the principal can attest to that they made a good faith effort. But as I pointed out, attest to who? To what? There's nothing about what happens. Does the superintendent call up another superintendent and say, I attest to the fact that we tried? There's nothing in statute about what this means. So I think it's a toothless, meaningless exercise.
Further discussion, Representative Luno?
Sure, thanks. I think pretty much both the FAFSA waiver form and the principal attesting to the fact that a good faith effort was made by the district to inform parents and students could easily be done and put into the students' file of record, which would have other compliance with graduation requirements as well. So I think it's pretty simple, and to say that it has to be spelled out in black and white in statute is a little bit crazy. Given that I think it's pretty easy to make sure that these things are connected with the students' performance through school.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Lekis.
I just wanted to repeat what one of the superintendents asked. Don't put superintendents in a position of withholding graduation from a student based on a decision of their parents.
Thank you. Further discussion from the committee? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? This will be, we're talking now, the Amendment 1744.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, the amendment is not approved. Bill is open for further discussion. Representative, I'll hand the gavel to you, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would ask you for a motion on the next amendment, which is 1396.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass on 1396H. This is the noble
Full amendment. Is there a second? Did I hear something?
Yep, second.
Okay, thank you very much. Comment from the maker?
Yes, unfortunately, this just deletes the whole program which we have. However, I believe that we do not need to have the threat of graduation requirements for any student who has accomplished all those 20 to 24 course requirements while in high school, has no disciplinary problems, however, hasn't completed the FAFSA or paralleled the requirements in FAFSA by having a written notice, something such as this, signed off. And the only other possibility, yes, is that the principal could say, yep, they get this exception. I think to put this heavy weight over top of students and put something like this in statute is absolutely incorrect. The need to threaten people with loss of graduation. There are a number of students that I know of, and had one in my own family, that had early admission to a Division I school early in the school year in November, totally paid for by the school that she was going to, did not need FAFSA, did not complete a FAFSA form, but under this situation right here, would have to complete a FAFSA form. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Representative Noble, comment?
I agree with Chairman Lett.
Thank you. Comments from the committee? Representative Hall.
Thank you. And this is for Representative Ladd, or Chair Ladd, sorry. When you said she didn't have to complete a form, she could have signed a waiver though, right?
Yeah, she could have signed a waiver, but why would she want to sign a waiver, and why would her mother want to put all this information down if she had a full boat scholarship waiting for her based upon one thing only and one thing only, graduation from high school?
But isn't it just follow-up?
Follow-up.
Isn't it just a check mark? Like I waived my, you know, that you don't have to give the information? Doesn't she have that right?
The way the bill, there has to be some kind of a sign off by her or a check by her or the parent. This has nothing to do with the achievement of a student in high school. You know, when we graduate students, we graduate them based upon their achievement and accomplishment of what they're supposed to be able to do. And she had shown everything that she was supposed to do academically and athletically. I see no reason why she has to jump this other hurdle.
Representative Cordiello.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if you all had a chance to read the letter, dear honorable members of New Hampshire Education Committee, from 20 plus superintendents. I find this very persuasive, coming from so many superintendents themselves, mentioning phrases like local control, maintaining local control, which we all agree is very important. There's also the phrase several times, unnecessary government overreach here. But one of the things that really strikes me is where they say this requirement, it sends the message that college is the only pathway after graduation. In a time when trade schools are in desperate need of a workforce, what message is this sending to those for whom college is not their first choice? And I am concerned about what message this is sending, because, and I come from this as a former college instructor whose children go to colleges, and you know, it's not for everyone though. And we have the trades, we have several of the those who testified made comments about, you know, how well those who go into the trades do. But I think sometimes in high schools we're sending this, more and more we're sending this message that college is the way to go. And I think we should be encouraging also that some kids are more suited to not going to college. And so that's why requiring this sends a mixed message. So that's why I think that we should not require it.
Further discussion? Representative Luno?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, I mean, I'm not confused by this at all. I don't think it sends a mixed message, especially when many of our state colleges and community colleges provide degrees that for people to take into the trades, as well as non-degree high-value certificates for people to students to take into the trades, and can also supplement that trade education with business education. So not only do they end up working in the trades, but they may actually be able to own and operate a small business in that area. So I'm not confused at all by that. And secondly, I'm not at all confused by the FAFSA waiver form, which simply says, and someone put a copy on the table. By executing below, I acknowledge that I'm a student over the age of 18 or a parent or guardian of a student who is under the age of 18. And I acknowledge that I understand that the free application for federal student aid isn't, and I've chosen not to file an application. And I understand this may seem onerous to some, but the only information that's required on this form is the student name, an email or a phone number, a signature, and believe it or not, the date. That's it. And, there's not a lot being asked of here. I don't find it to be confusing, but that's me. And I certainly think that most students and families in New Hampshire would probably not find this form confusing either.
Thank you. Representative DeSimone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just looked at the FAFSA waiver form, and one of the areas that it does not include is if a student under the age of 18 who is emancipated or married, it does not enter that in as a legal signatory to make this waiver form work. So I just don't think that is really complete enough to do this. I see no reason for it. Thank you.
Just so everybody knows that the waiver form was dropped off at the conclusion at lunchtime by Mr. Appleby, who was here observing. He dropped them. He had 6 copies, so they were just left right there. Representative Myler, and then Representative Belcher.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We spent a lot of time on this issue, frankly, a lot more than I thought we were going to spend on it. But it's important. What we're talking about here is providing an opportunity for students to decide what they want to do, and to understand that there is financial aid available for not just college, and I want to underscore that. I mean, if you spend any time in a community college, you begin to realize that there are opportunities here for students. And what this is really about is post-secondary education. It's about post-secondary education and the creation of a workforce here. One of the things that I was impressed with, which I never made the link until this morning, was that when students are graduating from high school, the next decision they make is going to shape the rest of their life. And whether it's going to go to a trade school, whether it's going to go to college, wherever it's going to be, it's going to impact the rest of their life. And it seems to me that this requirement to at least look at an option of some financial assistance for the rest of their life, this is an important thing to have take place here. And I think that we've talked about the waivers. People don't have to participate. It's very clear you don't have to participate. But it also provides an opportunity for a family to have a conversation about what they want to do. And in some cases, that conversation might not ever take place. So I just think that this the bill that we currently have on the books is a very important one for the future of a graduating senior. Thank you.
Representative Belcher, then Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak for a moment to the waiver concept. And we do know with this bill, there's 3 ways to get past it, to get your degree. But a lot has been made of the waiver. And a lot has been made of, well, what if you don't want to sign the waiver? And I think it's important for us to remember that the restrictions that exist within our Constitution, both federal and state, are restrictions on what the government is allowed to do. And we don't get to tell people, oh, just sign here, even if you don't want to. They get to say no. They get to say up yours, whatever they want. They get to do that. And we don't get to tell them otherwise. And the idea that we're going to withhold a degree, or for those who would argue we won't actually withhold it, we'll just jump through some hoops and give it to them anyway, well, then what's the point? Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would just point out that I think there is nothing preventing families from looking at this now and having a conversation about direction without the government telling them that they have to.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Cascadden.
In reviewing the RSA 193.26.8, it starts with that opening paragraph that everybody must, but as you read through the parts of the law, it's if applicable. So if families don't want to fill out the FAFSA, they don't fill out the FAFSA. So it's if applicable. So I don't see the need for anything else.
Further discussion, Representative Lekes.
If the bill doesn't actually do anything, why do we have it? I mean, the law. Because you heard what the superintendent said, we never stop anybody from graduating. And I can tell you that my daughter's best friend, her mom wouldn't fill out anything for anything, permission, whatever. She would not have filled this out. But the school knew her and they would have just, no problem. Well, why do we have it if we're just no problem? If we're not going to keep anybody from graduating anyways, like the superintendent said, there's no point in this law to begin with. We might as well get rid of it.
Representative Damon.
It's my understanding that the purpose of this law is so that students who would not otherwise recognize the benefit, the potential benefit of filling out the FAFSA and finding out that they in fact could afford to go to college would have the opportunity of that learning. I think we're asking people to make a very small effort to, if they don't want to fill out the FAFSA, to sign the waiver form so that all individuals can determine whether it is a reasonable pathway for them to go to higher ed. I had a number of personal experiences in my career counseling nutrition and health issues with teenagers. And I am going to just particularly note an experience with a young woman, very, very bright, not at all intending to go to college. And I got to know her quite well over a course of a couple years. And along the way said, so why aren't you considering college? My family can't afford it. I had a collaborative relationship with her mom, and I persuaded her mom to fill out the FAFSA very reluctantly because she was in fact concerned that family privacies would be violated. That gal is a PhD now. She is benefiting other people. When she was 2 years into college, she called me and said, I just want to let you know my mom filled out the FAFSA for my brother today. It's so little that we are asking people to do to help folks succeed.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since 1769, when Dartmouth opened its doors, people have been going to college and figuring out a way to pay. They can get scholarships. The career guidance counselors in the school guide them to where they can apply. There are books this thick that I used with my children when they applied for scholarships in order to go to college. I don't see why we should have FAFSA that says if you don't fill out this form, you're not going to graduate. So forget about college.
Further discussion from the committee? Representative Myler?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but one more comment. Several years ago, this committee supported high school students taking the SAT scores. That was new to the state. And one of the reasons why we did that is that one, the other test that they were taking was really taking very lightly, and kids didn't really like to take it. But one of the motives for the SAT was that students who take the SAT and score higher than they thought they would gives them an indication that says, hey, maybe this is for me to go on to a post-secondary school. And when they took those tests, what we did find is that more kids did, in fact, decide to go on to post-secondary education. I view this form in a very similar kind of a way as those kids taking the SAT and realizing that there is a pathway for them that they might not have thought about. So that's why I will not support this OTP.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Just thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines, it hasn't even gone into effect yet, so we don't know what will happen. So I would rather wait and see what happens. I mean, it could have a good effect. Nobody knows.
Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative DeSimone?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Murray?
No.
Representative Grassi?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascappen?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Thank you. So the motion fails. Do we have another motion, Representative Luna?
I do. I'll move up to pass.
Oh, you're not going to bring your amendment up? Okay.
But I think you already actually have the.
We already have that, yes. I was just curious to know if you're going to go with 1812. You're welcome. Okay, we have a motion on the table. The motion is to OTP on SB 136. For those in the public, this is a bill prohibiting the employment or volunteering of a revoked or suspended educator. Much different than FAFSA. So here we are, back with the original motion. The motion is ought to pass. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just reviewing the bidding a bit. I just want to make, there were no other amendments on 136 that were offered or anything like that back when, I just want to.
I don't believe we had any other amendments on it.
It's clean as 136.
It's just clean. It had one sponsor on it
Okay.
from the Senate, and that was it.
Yep.
Further discussion, Representative Belcher, did you have a hand?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring up a small concern I had briefly about the nature of including private sector schools in this bill, because I can reasonably foresee a future, given what we know about cancel culture, where a student, or rather a teacher, could be suspended for relatively trivial and non-education and nothing that would make them a danger or whatnot to any students, who might then want to move on to the private sector, and this bill would therefore prohibit that from happening under this proposed bill.
Is there any discussion, Representative Tanner?
I would just say that my understanding and my hope would be that somebody that's suspended or loses their credential does so for a very important reason, because that's their livelihood, and they're professional, and it isn't done lightly at all.
Further discussion? if a person, for example, wanted to work or teach in a private school that did not require a credential, this bill would not prevent that person from doing so, because it talks about a revoked or suspended educator, and then it also says not hire any individual whose credential issued by the department is currently suspended or revoked. But if it doesn't, like, to me, there's a little ambiguity in terms of if a person want to come on and work be employed as in a job that did not require the credential. And maybe that's something we need to discuss here, but
I thought it also said that they couldn't be hired as a volunteer, which kind of, to me, indicates that it isn't a direct correlation to your credential. It's working with children. And one of our most important things is to keep kids safe, whether it's private school, public school, camps. And I just think that it goes beyond saying that we should have this as many under this umbrella as possible.
further discussion, yes, Representative Lekes?
My question, and it has to do with what is going on today. If a teacher will not do what her administrator has said that she had to do, would she not or he not be potentially have their certification taken away for, I don't know, it's not disobedience, but insubordination, whatever, at any rate. And I'm thinking of, for instance, things that we've dealt with already this year and last year. If the superintendent says, which some of them do, you will be teaching DEI in all of your classes, not as a curriculum, but you will work it into everything. And a teacher says, no, I'm not going to do that. Or the school says, you will lie to parents when they ask you specifically about what names your child goes by at school.
Unless you have documentation, I think, no. I think it's totally uncalled for.
I'll recognize you.
No, I don't think what she's saying and what's going out paints teachers in such a bad light or puts the thought out there of the deception that this is going on. Then unless you have proof of that, I don't think we should entertain sitting here and listening to it.
Excuse me, but we have had teachers testify that they were asked to do that and they did not want to. And so my question is, if they refuse to do that, will they have their licenses revoked and then not be able to get another job?
I'll cut in right here. We're talking about revoking or suspending a credential. For the topic we're talking about, I would question whether the certificate would be yanked. Attorney Fenton, do you have a second for a question?
Need to go down this road.
Yeah. We know we have the code of ethics and code of professional conduct. The topic we're talking about here is refusing to teach something that may be in your curriculum or that's against your conscience. Is that something that's worthy of yanking a certificate?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. To answer your question, no. The short answer is no. The department has not taken action in that instance. That would be insubordination. That would be an employment issue.
Yeah.
And there is a significant distinction between employment issues and credentialing issues. And there are a host of things that happen at a school district that fall outside of the department's purview. And I can think of, dress code issues, not showing up on time for your job, classroom management issues, curriculum issues. Those those do not fall within this document, which was passed by this legislative body in House Bill 210 in 2016 or 2017. This document here is very narrowly construed. It was designed by House Bill 210 to be very narrowly construed, and the rules were written to really address instances where educators are having inappropriate relationships with students. And that's the type of behavior that the department is able to say, we don't want this individual who is harming a child in District A to then go into District B. But other issues that fall within employment, classroom management, not showing up on time, those are all employment issues. And the department stands back, and those will be handled at the local level.
Thank you very much for answering my question.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
While we have Attorney Fenton there, is there any other? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here for this. So we've heard the precedent and what currently happens. Are you aware of anything in statute that would prevent a hypothetical future administration from changing their executive policies such that a teacher could be or could lose their credential under such circumstances? Is it a theoretical possibility legally?
You know, is it possible? Sure, anything's possible. But the way it's structured is you have the law, which was House Bill 210, and that changed RSA 21N9, and that set out 4 parameters, 4 principles that the code of conduct had to entail. And based on that, that law also required rulemaking authority. And that's how this document came to be, and I apologize for the battered copy here. I thought I had a newer copy. Representative Tanner, I'll get you a copy. That's how the rules came out. Now, could the rules be opened and rewritten? Of course they could be. That's part of the process. Every 10 years, the rules are opened. However, and now could the rules be opened and rewritten under a new administration? Yes, they could be. The way they are written now, we do have something called administrative gloss. And administrative gloss is something that I learned from the Attorney General's office when I started at the Department of Education, which is how a department has interpreted prior rules in the past has to carry forward. Now, how that is enforced, I guess is anyone's guess, but I know that that is something that we've learned from the Attorney General's office is, in theory, a new commissioner can't come in and just suddenly say, I know this is how the rules have been interpreted in the past and we're going to go in a different direction. And so that would be my answer to your question is I would argue administrative gloss has dictated how the department has interpreted those rules previously, and that should carry forward.
If I may, just to follow up on the other issue that just came up, because I think it's directly pertinent to this, their argument about a possible future where a teacher could lose their license for instance, insubordination, refusing to do something that they're told or required. If I could just for a moment read from the school policies from my school district, the Paul School in Wakefield, under privacy when it comes to transgender students. The board recognizes a student's right to keep private one's gender status or gender nonconforming presentation at school. Information about a student's transgender status, legal name, or gender assigned at birth may also constitute confidential information. School personnel should not disclose information that may reveal a student's transgender status or gender nonconforming presentation to others, including parents. Would you categorize that as possibly requiring parents to be dishonest to parents?
Yeah, because if we're talking credentials are not related to what you were saying right there.
That would be an employment issue.
Yeah, that's an employment issue.
100%. Every school district is going to have their own policies for employment purposes.
Yeah.
I mean, the example I always give is I'm licensed to practice law by the state of New Hampshire. I'm employed by the state of New Hampshire. And there are a ton of state policies that I could violate, which would affect my employment. But do those rise to the level of affecting the integrity with which I hold that law license? No, they don't. They simply don't. So I I also wanted to address the issue that was raised by yourself, Representative
Private schools?
Ladd, about private schools. And I will remind this committee that I had the rare opportunity to testify in front of this committee with Megan Tuttle, president of NEA, on this particular bill. And I think it's really important to remind the committee that NEA supported this bill. And it was a pleasure to testify with Megan Tuttle. I wish it happened more often, to be honest with you. So we did include, and it is the intent of this bill, it was my understanding of the intent of this bill, which I think was sponsored by Representative Myler, to include private schools. And the reason we wanted to do that was because, as the department has said all along, you know, child safety issues, it's not a zip code issue. It's not a zip code concern. I think everyone on this committee can agree to that. And the same thought went with private schools, that if we have an individual who we are concerned about the safety of that person around children, we don't want to take that person out of the public school realm and say, well, you can go to a non-public school and teach there. You know, I rarely testify in my personal capacity. You all know I rarely say the word I refer to the department. But I can tell you that I personally would not feel comfortable if there was an educator that I believed was potentially dangerous around a child saying, yeah, go teach at a non-public. Even saying that, I have chills down my spine. I would not feel comfortable doing that. I know from the department's perspective, we have limited oversight of non-publics. But as a state agency, ethically, we would have concerns with that. I share with this committee the story that I believe I testified to prior, which was an educator in a public school here in New Hampshire in the western part of the state was removed from his job. The superintendent called me, was removed from his job because he wrote a love song to a 13-year-old child. That is not illegal. That is not criminal. You're not going to find that on a criminal background check. The superintendent terminated him, / he resigned, one of those employment mechanisms, and left that district. He is no longer with that district. He will never go back to that district. And I was working with the superintendent, and I simply said to the superintendent, you did everything in your power and control. You did everything right. He is no longer at your district. I have one question for you. What about all the other kids? And she said, got it. I'll work with you. And she worked with us, and we have him on our suspended list, which is public. It is on our website, and there's a brief description about why he's on our list. You can access that list. And that's the type of behavior we want to prevent from going to another district. I'm not comfortable that that individual was in that district in the western part of the state, and I don't want it in the other parts of the state. And I wouldn't want it at a non-public either.
Further comments or questions to, thank you very much. Or was somebody else, oh, Representative Tanner?
Just, first of all, apologize for breaking in on different things, but I am so involved in the safety issue. We know that. And this bill, above all other bills, is really one of the more important ones this year. And I think it speaks to not only working at a private school, but also as a volunteer. And, you know, these people that are in this category sometimes like to slip between the cracks, and this closes one of those cracks. And at the same time, that it's unfortunate that those people exist and have gone through this process, but at the same time, we do not besmirch the whole profession of teaching or teachers or make comments that are not appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And my testimony is never complete without a question from Representative Tanner. So I appreciate that. And if I just may very quickly, I've said this before, this document, the Code of Conduct, is stronger the less we use it as an agency. It really is. It really should be reserved for those very small percentage of individuals who are dangerous around children. And I say that my mom was a New Hampshire educator. So I think very highly of educators, and this document's stronger the less we use it. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you have any other questions, I'm in my reserve seat in the back of the room. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, as usual. So is there any further discussion on SB 136? This is a bill which came forward basically from the department. It was put forth by Senator Ward and through y'all, and we appreciate it. Okay, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Any objections to consent? No. No. Okay, it'll be on consent. Next bill which we have is 213. I don't know, where are you guys in this thing? Army? Now, the body part was put on by DOE. They took out. Yes, I know. So this is, the amendment is about this. That's what I intend to agree to. That stuff is the first sentence put in by Senator.
No.
Right up through the bottom. Right through there. That shall not apply.
We talked about what you.
That's this.
And we absolutely. And I think the only difference between that and this, so one word, one use the word.
Yeah.
But it's caught, it's fine. You use it twice and it's used once.
Where the approved program study and approved. Program study, that's what we want.
Yeah.
So at one time we were talking about approved. or
Maybe
approved
it's
technology plan.
That's fine.
That's for. Okay, that one sentence. Well, now, the other stuff we had is just the approved second and lower level.
Shall not apply to social media. This shall not apply to platforms used for demonstrating evidence.
Yeah, let's have a quick discussion, and then if we need an amendment, maybe
Just drop that sentence.
drop that and keep the. And the water. Yeah, I know. The only other thing we can do is we can't.
That's just gonna slow it down.
It's gonna slow it down. So, you know, and Jeff Beard wants to have it, you know, I agree. See, everybody agrees. Well, not everybody. And the sentence at the top. The bill came to us with that one line in it from the Senate. The one I just, the first sentence. Yeah, that's the way it arrived from the Senate. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead with 213, and before we get to, I'll accept any motions on that. We're going to have a brief discussion on that as a total committee. The bill as it arrived at our doorstep here had lines 6 and 7 in it. This definition shall not apply to platforms used for demonstrating evidence in student career development. Does everybody agree with that? Oh, okay, I was looking probably, no, I'm looking at as it was amended by the Senate. Okay, line 6 and 7? Good? Okay. And then on the amending language, which we discussed last week, or whatever the last time we met, there was an added section to 189:66 under Roman 5, section F. And it reads, a provision that students participating in career exploration or career technical education may, with written parental consent, register for technology platforms and services to be used as part of the student's approved program of study, which require the provision of personally identifiable information. Copies of written parental consent shall be retained as part of the student's educational record. That is what we had quite a discussion on that portion of it. Is there anybody that doesn't remember or recall that other than those like the representatives standing in? Yes, Representative Hall?
Yes, thank you. The only thing I remember is adding the word approved for before technology platforms. We had talked about that.
There was talk about that having approved in there twice. I agree.
Okay.
It would be registered for approved technology platforms and then students' approved program of study. I recall that too. In fact, I wrote that on one and yeah, on that one right there. So now the other section which we had was a section which was an amendment brought forward by Representative McDonald and dealing with concerns for safety of the student. And you got to get back to that one. We can here. Oh,
I think that was,
it was in that other amendment.
I believe it was 1269H, the McDonald Amendment.
Yeah. And that read something to the effect that nothing in this section shall encourage student involvement in careers as influencers, social media models, or internet personalities, or which otherwise diminish student safety. Is that correct, Valerie? Okay. So let's open it up to those three areas right now and see if there's any concern. Why I'm doing it this way, if we're going to do anything with this bill and moving it forward, it's got to be done today. We're running out of time. And if it's necessary to get, you know, an amendment with approved in it, that I'm sure that could be done, but we have to start thinking about doing that in the next 5 minutes or so, because they can take up to an hour to do this. Or the other option is to retain this bill. And we've got 20 already retained. I'm not inclined to want to do that again for another bill. So let's have some quick discussion here. Representative Luno.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that we move this bill forward today. And I think it's important for all the reasons that Jeff Beard laid out, but also clearly for students who go to CTE students and can receive digital credentials through platforms like LinkedIn. I think the amendment that Chair Ladd has put forward, 2007H, is good, except I don't support the sentence that begins "nothing in this section shall encourage," that begins on the end of line 9, completes through line 11. I don't think it's necessary, and it's, it's one of those things. What other things do we want to knock out or prevent? I mean, it's essentially an unlimited list. Why are we limiting it to these? And when you start having a knockout list that limits it to 3 things, is that saying that anything that's not on this list is therefore acceptable or encouraged? So I would think we're better off leaving it to the judgment of the local school boards and their approval of curriculum as to whether or not they want to have careers and influencers, social media models, internet personalities. It just seems that it would not be necessary in this amendment. So I would suggest just eliminating that line.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond to that a little bit, considering I wrote that sentence. The list is non-exhaustive because of the last clause, which says, or which otherwise diminish student safety. To respond to what you just said, just because something's not listed does not mean it's encouraged, because again, it says, or which otherwise diminishes student safety. Again, this goes with the comments of Representative Tanner on the last bill just a few minutes ago. Safety is paramount, and that's what this sentence demonstrates.
No, I'm sorry you misinterpreted what I said. I didn't say that this sentence is exhaustive. It's that when you start saying this, you can't do this, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. What's that saying about other things that you do not list in this? So I just don't feel that sentence is necessary.
Representative Eckes?
Yes, I object to the sentence in Part B. This definition shall not apply to platforms used for demonstrating evidence in student career development, because one of the things that would then allow is LinkedIn. And I got a call from Rep. Ford's wife, Mary Ford, who works and has worked with Granite State, and I think she's currently with SNU. She's done a lot of work in these areas. And she called me because she was very concerned that we would be allowing LinkedIn to high schools. They do not do it in her college, and they do not do it because she said they are very loose with their private data. They are not good at holding on to private data. She suggested, and what they do at the university that she is at, is they have a private, I forget what she called it. It's a private organization that keeps track of all the various badges and accreditations and all that kind of digital. And she said there are a number of them out there, and they are very good and very tight with holding on to the students' data and not letting it, their private data. And so that was her big concern, and this is what they do. I mean, they do this, and that is the policy of her university and of the students there, is they don't do LinkedIn. They do not recommend LinkedIn because LinkedIn is not secure, and that there are much more secure platforms that are not social media. And so her concern was allowing allowing LinkedIn into our schools.
She's talking in regard to the university system or that level. She's not talking to high school.
She's talking about university, but the situation is the same, whether it's university students' private data or high school students' private data. And I would say it was even worse for high school students because they're not even adults yet.
Well, with parental consent, though. Further discussion, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up a little bit on that too, we heard expert testimony in subcommittee. We heard that there is reason to be concerned about predators sliding into direct messages in student social media. We heard that there is reason to be concerned about data and security. But the biggest concern I had was that, yes, this would in fact place students under third-party social media terms of service. This would put them under their speech codes, their association codes, and it just so happens that the LinkedIn platform, because this is colloquially known as the LinkedIn bill, the LinkedIn platform just 5 days ago kicked presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy off their platform for criticizing the Chinese Communist Party. This is something that we have to take into consideration, is what kind of speech codes will high school students now be subject to? And we heard expert testimony to the effect that actually maybe teachers should be teaching students how to not say controversial things online. That's totally goes against the concept of freedom of speech, and I think that needs to be preserved above all else. And that's why I think this unamended is one of the most dangerous things we could possibly be doing to students. And I would be a no on anything that doesn't explicitly remove the possibility of social media being brought into our schools.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on that subcommittee, we heard from Jeff Beard, Pam McLeod, Jeff Beard, CTE, and Pam McLeod and her partner, Josh or Justin or something, anyway, from the Concord School District, or she's from the Concord School District, and she's a data and security specialist. And they agreed, the two of them felt that the original bill was good, that the security data part of it should be worked on for about 6 months to get that all right. So they were really both supportive of, they said it made it stronger. I think I also heard that they can use LinkedIn now, but that it made it stronger, the original one. I have to say for myself, when we, was the language that you had presented, Chairman Ladd, that was developed with Attorney Fenton, I think, with the approved and the approved, and that seemed to be fine to me. I didn't have a problem with that, but going back to the one right here on 2007H, I would not support that. I think that I would support what Jeff Beard and Pam McLeod had recommended from the beginning, is to go with the original language and not do these amendments.
Further to Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it has been brought up in respect to the subcommittee, Jeff Beard and the other speaker as well, they did say that they liked the amendment as well, that is 1269H, since members of the subcommittee addressed concerns being predators online after looking at it for maybe 10 to 30 seconds, said if we do have a concern, as many committee members and subcommittee members express, of online safety concerns due to predators online harming students with social media accounts used in schools, a concern that was addressed, that Amendment 1269H or similar language as presented by Chairman Ladd in 2007H would address that safety concern that was expressed.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I think that the basic divide we're hearing is that the original bill and the amendment that you just referenced, Representative McDonald, basically exempt platforms for career development from the social media statutes and social media account definitions. And some have expressed concerns about social media in general. So I think, and I also, from the beginning, expressed concerns about the whole subject of digital badging as Representative Lakis mentioned is in use at the community college system. I think there are issues with ownership of the data, access, and even with LinkedIn, we heard that there was instant messaging, and I think we heard from some in-house testimony that there is instant messaging available in LinkedIn and could put students in instant messaging contact with teachers, but who knows who else within the LinkedIn system, which might be a concern. So there, is there a privacy agreement required for the district to sign with LinkedIn or whoever the vendor is? I think there are many issues along those lines that need to be addressed before I'm comfortable with this. And I know from my research with digital badging, I already mentioned the ownership of the data, but in some of these digital badging systems, and I'm not sure about LinkedIn, but who can see that data? In some of these digital badging systems, the student can't even see what credentials are being added. So I think there are many issues. And I think Representative Hall, you mentioned that some of those aspects need to be studied for months by people at the subcommittee when they testified. So I think I'm very uncomfortable with this, the way it stands.
One of the things we need to consider, though, is in looking at 189:66, Roman 5, it states each local education agency, i.e. school board, shall develop a data and privacy governance plan which shall be presented to the school board for review and approval by June 30th, 2019. Then underneath that, item C, policies and procedures for access to data and protection of privacy for students and staff, including acceptable use policy for applications, digital tools, and extensions. We're also adding item F on there too. So it seems to me that there's got to be, as in the letter that I have from Jeff Beard here, it says section 5 is the provision that currently requires each LEA to develop a data and privacy governance plan. Does that plan now, is it now a local responsibility to develop this process? And therefore, what we'd be doing is just adding this section F on, allowing the CTEs to be involved as long as there's parental consent and the online platform and services relevant to the student's approved program of study. So it looks to me like the school has, is overseeing this plan. Correct me if I'm mistaken. Representative Myler?
Yeah, I think you're right, Rick. And I want to go back to how this bill came to us. This came to us from the career and technical people who wanted to provide greater opportunities for kids who can't get on because of the restrictions in the school right now. And I'm going back to the original. I'm looking at the original bill at this thing, and it talks about career development. It talks about technical education. This is dealing with CTE kids. It's not dealing with middle school or high school kids, or perhaps high school kids, older ones. But I'm concerned because they brought this to us so that they could expand the opportunities for kids in the CTE programs. I mean, that was my original understanding for this.
Well, the original bill was one in that paragraph 2 referenced the wrong area of statute.
Yeah. Okay,
It was 189.70 rather than 189.66. And so we corrected that. We made that change. So, I support the way the bill came to us with the modification that on number 2, we put it in F, which is reflective of what we got from the department. The question I think that we have in front of us is, do we include the sentence, which is the McDonald Amendment? That's the question. Representative Luno.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Rick, I think you've summed it up very well there. I think it would make sense to see, and I would support an amendment that simply replaces Section 2 of the bill with Section 2 as you have in your amendment. That would do exactly what you just said. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But what about up in Section 1, that second sentence there, following the Waters Amendment, or the way it came in from the Senate?
The second sentence would be gone. The first sentence, this definition shall not apply, is already in the bill.
Yeah.
So it's just replacing, what you just said is essentially replacing Section 2 in the bill as it came to us with Section 2 from your amendment.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify the testimony that we received regarding the privacy agreements. We heard from the experts that LinkedIn, being owned by the Microsoft Corporation, refused to enter into an agreement. Therefore, the only thing that they could do to get onto LinkedIn is to agree to the standard user agreement, which effectively cedes all rights to the Microsoft Corporation.
Okay, what we need to decide real quickly here, before we have any more discussion on this, because we're running out of time.
Comment?
Yeah, quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as F goes, I know on the Fenton,
You're
not
talking about
amendment
the word
officially.
approved?
No, I was going to say, Jeff, you had said at the committee hearing that Jeff Beard agreed with this, correct? He had written you an email or something
No,
and said,
we had it reviewed by the attorney from the Department of Education.
but didn't he also
He's also,
email you?
he was also here, he saw it and approved it,
Didn't
yes.
he? Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the question, Jennifer, when's the last moment we can get something done through OLS today? If we were to take a sentence out of an amendment?
I mean, we've asked if they can get it done today.
So Rick, you want to replace Section 2, right?
Well, we've got that already, if you look at the LAD amendment, it's already in there.
Right, but.
Which LAD amendment?
But if you take that sentence.
Yeah,
out, then there's no
this one.
difference in Section
207.
The only difference that
That's the same. Yeah.
is that second sentence that deals with, that's the McDonald Amendment. The thing is that if we want to get this thing going, we could go and have this great discussion at a committee at conference. Or on the House floor, either way. I don't know.
It's, if we could get this done.
We need to get it done the way we want it, I agree.
This is for our seats.
But what I'd like to find out, if we go ahead and have something done now, do we have the votes to do it?
You want to do a straw vote?
Okay, let's do a straw vote right now. Those which would be supportive of an amendment, if you look at the LAD amendment right now, taking out the last sentence there in lines 9, 10, 11. And we could, if it's time providing, we could put the word approved in there, but I think it's kind of, the quickest way to do it is just take the one sentence out and have it like that. So how many people would be supportive of that amendment? Mike, can you count for, I can't see it in this front.
Go with the chair on this.
Yeah, but you see, how many, I can't,
10.
Oh, I'm with you.
10, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's worth getting an amendment done. Okay.
Jen can probably email them if she
Yeah,
knows what
yeah.
sentence we're talking about. Talk to her.
Yeah.
Bad day yesterday. Oh, yeah. Okay, but she now, based on what happened yesterday, has to be 24/7 years old. They don't know why. He's had pneumonia, but the lungs were clear. He's up to almost 5 pounds. Started out at 3. He had open heart surgery 10 days after birth. They put in a tube between 2 arteries because he's basically missing a chamber. And target would be another heart surgery in September, October. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah. And she's basically had pneumonia. Because before this, she had to be within 30 minutes.
Well, I'm in the front desk.
Now. So, she did get acceptance into Ronald McDonald.
You're also in such a
But
similar
she already,
because you're helping. We both are. That's right.
parents of one of her students.
That's right. Do this.
Had an
Well,
inspiration
it is,
art
but
they kept
if we just
20
know
away
what we're up against, we're good.
just to get their kid into different schools.
That's right.
Especially
So she had friends
You have to
bring
serve.
furniture sometimes where they'd
Said I
been
should be out of here by now. Yeah, well, you'd think, because, yeah. Transcript. Actually, I think I was right.
We should have it in about 20, 30 minutes.
Oh, I
Um,
have to leave at 4.
do you want to go over the retained bill?
We'll rush as best we can. Where are you going?
You know what? I am heavy on the.
When I got the email, they said, you should be out of there by
I
noon.
know,
I
know,
figured
I
by
know.
4.
Well, this,
But you know, I
wel-
get you. I get
welcome to
you.
education. Yeah.
I'm gonna call my husband and see if he'll put a note on my door.
Will we be done with the second by 4:25?
Yes, yes,
Okay, you
Yes.
think?
yes, yeah. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to just hold this in abeyance right now, and we'll come back to it in about 20, 25 minutes, and we'll have an amendment. So then that takes us through what we were going to exec today. What I'd like to do is, we had the 20 bills right there. I'd like to quickly go down through that list and see which bills we can handle as a committee of whole, which we want to set up as a subcommittee. Does everybody have a list of retained bills? Well, you should have it on the calendar there too. Somebody needs a copy. I've got an extra one right here. That's a copy of the calendar.
I have the calendar right here.
Oh, you have an extra. or-
Yeah, just, you can see them on the bottom part there of that page. Okay, the first bill which we have there is, we're looking at House bills here. HB 147 Advisory Committee Disabilities. This deals with membership. Is that something we can address? Representative Cordelli, weren't you a part of that?
Yes, I think that was my bill. And it was basically to revise membership. The committee, I think, is unwieldy in terms of the number of participants. I've also talked to the former House representative to the committee, and I talked to the current representative, Representative Katab, who agrees and shared her insights as to her experience this year working on the committee. And so I think the two of us agreed that we would get together and review current membership, as well as federal regulations as to who is required to be members on this committee, because that is in statute federally under IDEA. So I believe that we can take a look at that and bring something back in the fall.
To Committee of the Whole?
Yes.
Is there any other comment about that bill, Representative Tanner? If we are we going to make a subcommittee, and that would be the question, or can we have a committee of the whole and have the group bring back some kind of a proposal for discussion? You're not talking about the subcommittee.
Right. I was
You're just talking
bring
about
it back to the committee of the whole.
any,
So would the committee of the whole be working on draft language, or would it be draft language that's brought?
I think you're
before
just talking about membership on it, right?
Right, but would essentially we'd be starting with the bill and then discussing whether
A draft amendment.
They would bring some draft material before, and then however long it takes the whole committee of the whole to look at it.
Okay.
I think there's some very, very important bills coming up in here. This is a committee of membership, which, yes, it's important, but it's not going to,
Not the policy.
it's right, it's not really policy. Mary, did you have something?
No.
Are there any other related bills that would come up at the same time?
Well, let's look down through this list and see, and if we have to do something like that, we could have, Glenn and another individual, and then we could get Katab involved, who's on that particular association already. It should be people, but if it's just a little work group and not a so-called bringing back some kind of draft to the committee that's going to look at the committee of the whole.
Are there any other special education?
Okay, let's go on down the list. The next one down there is 155, surety indemnification, private post-secondary. So I thought we had a Senate bill like that. We did.
We passed it.
So do we need to do anything in this?
I don't think so.
No, so, okay, we can skip that one then and just deal with it later at Committee of the Whole. Next one down, criminal background checks, 267. Can anybody remember exactly what this went after?
Principal that came in, or a superintendent that came in and talked about wanting to do background checks on specific groups of people other than just that certification.
Was that up at the North Country?
Goffstown.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Or redo one on somebody who's suspected usurp, talking about, it's a little, how do you pick and choose without getting into trouble?
Mhm.
And maybe it should be on the certification cycle, that every 3 years.
So, and And we also talked about that this is really, isn't this a collective bargain, it could be a collective bargaining issue too.
Yeah, because talk about individual group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they could, sure they could.
Yes, I remember that.
To a bill because it couldn't initiate it in its
President Dry, you have your hand up?
Yes, it was the Goffstown that he talked about that, and then we did get into the fact that we would maybe like to tie it into relicensing, and then we talked about there are other things that have to do with background checks that perhaps would be included in this wider look at background checks.
Should we have a subcommittee on this, or should we do a committee of the whole? I think a subcommittee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a note that it addresses staff that's been hired prior to the law. Right?
Okay, the next one down, I put down on the subcommittee. HB 352, excused absences, mental, behavioral health. We have a number of bills here dealing with mental health.
Yes.
So why don't we combine all the ones that have to deal with mental health into one subcommittee? So that would be this bill right here. 151. Let's see.
Right.
505, yeah.
151, 352.
Yeah. Okay. So there looks like there's 3 bills in that. Okay, going down to the next one, HB 354. Charter school building, no, this is one we do need a subcommittee on because we want to expand it. We're going to discuss building aid period as well. And Mary, I wish you were on this committee. I'll put you on it.
Isn't there part of
It was taken out the other day from HB 2. And because we're not ready to go there yet. So we've got to look at that whole charter school law. We got to also look at school building aid in terms of, if you remember the J.R. Hole amendment, which came up in Division 2. And we have Amy Clark that says, I'd like to engage. She has some good ideas she'd like to move forward on. So there will be a subcommittee on this one. This is probably one of the more important subcommittees we will have. Okay, reading assessment and intervention program, 437. Was this similar to dyslexia?
Right, that was my larger bill.
Yeah.
And I've been working on some tweaks, and I can bring that back to the committee of the whole.
Would you like to have any subcommittee on that? No?
I don't think it needs it.
Okay, where's the status of the dyslexia bill right now?
That got passed.
That got passed, okay, so we'll have a committee of the whole on that one. 439, relative to duty to provide education and contracts with privates. I don't have the whole bill in front of me, or the title. 439. Relative duty to provide it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's the one that says repeals the authority of a school board to execute a contract with a non-sectarian private school and also to extend education until the pupil's 22 years of age.
I thought we got the education through age 222.
Right. I believe we had missed one spot.
Oh, we missed a spot.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so do we need a subcommittee on that? Or is that something we could take care of within committee of whole? I think we ought to be able to do that. It's not gonna be like an in-depth study like Building 8. Okay, committee of the whole. We did 505. 553, information on personnel salaries.
Yeah, that was another one of my bills that required
they're putting-
posting of the
posting it like-
salaries, right? And yeah, based on the testimony that we heard at that point, I will tweak the bill and bring it back.
Remember, that's the one where I brought in the Haverhill annual report and they're all listed in that. Yeah, so we'll wait for the committee of the whole and see what you bring forward. Okay, 577, I think there's another huge topic here. Special education support, financial support. We had a bill where we were trying to help differentiated aid. That got torn apart in Division 2. Yeah, and we had another bill on catastrophic aid as well, or special ed aid. That's where the 3.5 times was reduced down to 2.5 or 1.5. Tremendous financial implications for that, but we need to work on this. So that's a subcommittee we'll have on that one. Loan forgiveness, 623, teacher loan forgiveness program. That was yours, wasn't it, Mel? Or one like yours.
It was actually, Representative Fenton, Donovan had the one that we actually looked at here.
Did you mention the Higher Ed Commission related to that one also?
Which one's that now?
The loan forgiveness, I think there was some discussion about the Higher Ed Commission looking at that.
Oh, yeah, that's right, exactly. The Higher Education Commission's meeting on the 5th, I think. And the issues which we're dealing with, well, we don't have, I don't think loan forgiveness is on there. We have the provost coming in from PSU. We have Wayne Jones coming in from the university system, talking about the issues there of enrollments. And there's one other topic that's on there now too. There's a number of, so we're loaded on the 5th.
Why don't we have a study?
I'm okay with it. And if we can get the people to do it. Okay. Okay, the next one is attendance, ADMR for school districts, and at 625 and 637, attendance for homeschoolers. So those two could be combined if we need to have a subcommittee. Is it not?
Yeah,
625 and 637.
That should be a subcommittee.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think they should be combined. Yeah, on those two bills, 625, 637. Looking at the next one down, 628. Wait a minute, jumped over 627.
What was the accountability?
Local education improvement plans and disparities in education. That's much like, I think, Representative Moffett, didn't you have something like that? Where, is that his bill? Yeah.
No.
Where the improvement for mathematics, the funding, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's not this one though.
What number are you on, sir?
We're on 620.
What number?
Right, 627?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Movement disparities in education. Last year, the accountability chart, put it in standard. Except I think they put part of it wrong.
This is something that could be done quickly through a committee of the whole.
I don't know, when I brought it up, everybody.
Oh, it won't be taken quickly then. No. Okay, let's take a break from this. We got the amendment back for the other one.
I'm all set. I can pay for it when you need me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll reopen up the exec session for SB 213. Thank you. So I'll make a motion OTP on Amendment 2061H. And Representative Myler seconds it. Discussion. I think we've discussed it. Anybody else want to discuss it? Yes, Representative Lekes.
I still think, and we didn't really discuss the issues of opening students up to social media in general. And this does allow students to be opened up to social media.
Further discussion.
We still have the site as 189.70.
Can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry.
No,
Ah.
that's correct.
That's a correct
Okay,
reference.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. The statutory reference of 189.70 up top and 189.66 in the second part, those are correct references.
Oh, yes.
Correct. Yeah. Further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is OTP made by Ladd and second by Myler.
For this amendment you just handed out.
For this amendment, yes.
Is there a motion?
No, we were just in discussion mode, I think.
Okay.
Oh, so we have not made a motion on the bill. Well, let's do that. I'll make a motion OTP on SB 213. Okay, we got it. Now, I'd like to also make a motion to amend 213 with House Amendment 2061.
Second.
Discussion on the amendment. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekes,
No.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Moffett,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascavin,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, now we need a vote on the bill as amended. The motion is OTP with 2061H. Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekes,
No.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
Nope.
Representative Moffett,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascavin,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, we'll close that exec session and get back to, who'll be doing the minority report?
I would like to, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative McDonald? Okay, we dropped off on 628. Or, let's see, no, 627? 627. LEA, Local Education Agency Improvement Plans and Disparities in Education. Do we need to have a subcommittee or? Yes. Yeah, the subs can go now. Subs don't have to hang around.
I also need to go.
Okay, good. All righty.
Thank you.
And go out and celebrate your birthday.
To you.
Happy birthday, dear Mike. Happy birthday to you.
I won't take any questions, thank you.
See you later. Okay.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you very much. Well, it's for technical education. Yeah, 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 yeah. It is what it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good afternoon. The rest, what's left of it?
Now I can go to work.
She's gonna go to work.
Oh,
She was
great.
supposed to be at work,
Not till
while-
5.
till 5
I
o'clock.
can make it.
Woo, okay.
I
Don't,
hope.
don't speed.
No, I won't.
Okay.
I'll be 10 minutes late. They'll live.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
627. Relative to local education improvement plans and disparities in education. What do you think? Can we deal with that in a committee of the whole? Is it necessary to have a in-depth? Okay, committee of the whole. Okay. And 628, we got, or no, wait a minute, accept funds, perform background checks for employees involved. Can we put that up with the other one? With the criminal background checks? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Then 651, schools may use transportation networks. I think that was yours, Representative Cordelli. Remember the
Yes.
Uber or whatever it was?
Right, Uber-like.
Yeah.
Yes, we're waiting on, there's at least 2 transportation companies, similar methods of operation. The one is working with the department now, the Department of Safety, and the other one that I'm in contact with is working on legislation in Illinois that might be a blueprint for what we do here. So I will bring the results of those back to the Committee of the Whole.
Okay. Okay, Committee of the Whole, okay. And SB 25, charter school payments. Repealing everything.
I believe there was
took care of that, didn't we?
There was a House bill.
It was a House bill.
But I'm not
so-
sure what happened to it in the Senate.
It's eliminating those quarterly reports. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so we don't need it. We can just committee a hold that then.
Yeah, that's gonna combine.
That's with 625.
Okay.
And we did 151, let's see, Senate Bill 151, that's with the other mental health. And so I think that takes care of how we'll handle it. We'll have those subcommittees, which I will then ask Representative Myler, whether it be 2 or 3 members, and I'm going to have him assign the Democrats to it, and I will assign the Republicans to the subcommittee. Yeah. 218 and 266?
We took care of those, didn't we?
No, we didn't.
I think we were waiting, 218, we were waiting to see how the Title II funds could be used for that.
Yeah, that's right. It was Melissa,
Right, we're gonna work with DOE on that.
we were working with DOE on that. Yeah, so I think that'd be a committee of the whole, so whole group. And then 266, statewide improvement and assessment program. And that is a mountain of job.
Sounds like that was lots of committees.
Quite frankly, I think that's so large that we'll be lucky to get that thing done. Is there anybody here who wants to spend a lot of time on 266 this summer and fall? No. Okay, that's a committee of the whole, and it's something where if anybody wants to look through some of the stuff, bring your ideas to the committee of the whole. It's yeah, we sort of can. I don't think we've taken action on anything.
We discussed lots of it. We just got a summary of the things that we brought up. Yeah, we should have this, you know.
We have.
We could just have a commentary or something.
We didn't get through it all, though. We didn't finish the last several pages in that report we got from Jen. So,
Commentary on the side. We discussed and seemed to agree on, or discussed at least.
yeah, I think that to do this, we're gonna have to spend some time with Caitlin and Nate Green. And I think a lot of it's tied up to the federal application for ESSER monies. Does anybody wants to get engaged in that further? No. It's a long session. That makes it even longer. So we'll get more information from them. So when we do have the committee of the whole, we can scoot through it quickly, but I'm not holding my breath on that.
Actual procedure for that, I'm not clear, is it? It's rules, the 306 rules, right? That are being reviewed, the standards?
No, ED 306 is a different cat. This is combining the adequacy and the delivery of adequacy and all 193 sections, and it's trying to stop the repetition and then try to make it easier to read. I don't know if it's doing that. It's very confusing. This is the type of thing you have to hire a contractor to do and give them about 2 years to do it.
I've heard 306 here.
Yeah. Has anybody been to the 306 hearings? I was going to go to one up in New London here. Yeah. Yeah.
What's interesting is that there, people make comments, they take
Yeah.
notes, and they say.
His elementary school.
Yeah. Okay. So what we'll do is I'll work with Representative Myler in getting the names of people for subcommittees. Is there any subcommittee that somebody would like to be on? Really, Balboni, Representative Balboni?
The mental health one?
Mental health? Okay.
Yeah, let's get all the subcommittees there.
Yeah, yeah, so I think what your Representative Myler will do is he'll just contact his caucus and determine, and he'll probably be asking that type of a question to you. Okay, and I'll do the same thing with the Republicans. That way we can scoot out of here. The only other thing which we had down, well, we had the committee conference, and what I'm going to do is we have some side-by-sides for the 4 bills. Look them over. We can only recommend to concur, non-concur, or recommend a committee of conference.
We haven't seen those yet, right?
I do have the side-by-sides right here, so I can give you copies.
Okay.
So before you head out of here, come on up here and get one of each. And then what I will do is I will contact you by the web, trying to find out where the individuals are. That's the way we've done a lot of times in the past. Sometimes we meet prior to session or after session in a corner of the hall and go through it quickly. There's several ways of doing it. Some chairs do it themselves. Okay. So I got these reports right here. I'll put all four of them right here in front of where Representative Ford usually sits in Cordiola. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Everybody just take one on the way out.
All right, good. Next week.
Yeah, and is anybody interested in knowing where we are in the finance stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We have, Senate had a exec session with the finance on Friday last week. And in that, they did not take HB2, our recommendation. They are rewriting it. The base cost is at $4,100. Then they're taking that amount and throwing it over on the other side of the column in the Education Extraordinary Needs Grant, which is based upon extraordinary needs based on but F&R qualifiers. The number is based on F&R, not on your total population of your school. Stabilization is also eliminated over a period of ratcheting down. It's at 4 or 5 years. I think it's 5 years. It ratchets down. The way they do that is they have a hold harmless, which they're starting. Back in 2009, we had a hold harmless, but it was a very small amount of money, about $28 million. This hold harmless is $63 million. And it was lower when they first came, around $50 million, but the Senate was informed that by doing what they're doing with only $50 million there, the property poor towns were really low, much lower than they were with our HB2 proposal. So then they took that difference there, about what, 13 million roughly, and put that into hold harmless, and it ups it a little bit for the property poor towns. Initially, the city of Manchester, in the first Senate proposal, received $27 million addition to what they would have received from current law. We objected to that, seeing that the property poor towns were not getting hardly anything. They weren't losing, but they're very close to the current level of funding. And so with that, we convinced them to go to, instead of 102% of the hold harmless, went to 104%. So it went 4% up. And it took that $13 million and slugged it in there. That's where we stand right now. Yeah.
How much is the stabilization?
100%.
100%. It was what, around 150 million plus dollars. 156 million bucks.
100% overall.
About 5 years, I think.
No, immediate.
It's immediate, but there's, oh yeah, they're reducing slowly the hold harmless, which pumps back into the formula, which,
Hold harmless reduces over a decade,
yeah,
20%
yeah.
per biennium. It's over 10 years.
Yeah.
We increased it 20% already once, but not over the biennium.
The stabilization?
Yeah.
Stabilization.
No, we have not touched stabilization.
Stabilization took a dip a few years ago, but then was restored 4 years ago or 6 years.
6
years, yeah. Back to 100% of 2012 numbers.
Right.
And so the Senate proposal will be to eliminate stabilization starting in FY24 and enact 2 new components: an extraordinary needs grant, which is more generously funded than the current extraordinary needs grant, and then a hold harmless to bring everybody back up. If you were below your current FY '24 estimate that came out in October, then it would bring you up to 102%. And I think now 104% of what that estimate was. So for most towns, like, well, let me say it another way. For cities like Manchester and Nashua that have a high number of both free and reduced price lunch students and less than I think it's less than $6 million or $6.6 million evaluation per free and reduced price lunch student, they get a substantial additional grant. So Manchester and Nashua, who you know, at least according to all our work, you know, need additional support from the state, but places like Berlin and Claremont and Derry would get basically 4% more than they're currently getting, and that's exactly what the current Senate plan is doing.
Yeah, in the Berlin currently gets a little over $11 million.
I did see that chart.
And then under the amendment from the Senate, you would get $11.5 million.
Right.
Under the House amendment, you've gotten a little over $12 million. So that's the two cities which kind of take it in the shorts, Berlin and Franklin.
Claremont, but
Claremont is Claremont, yep.
Pittsfield, Newport.
Yes.
Say that again?
The loss of stabilization.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
So the loss of stabilization is about $156 million. To make up for that difference is this extraordinary needs grant, which doesn't hit every place that stabilization hit, and this hold harmless. The hold harmless is now what, over $60 million?
63.
$63 million. And so that gets you back up to essentially back places like Berlin back to par.
Yeah, some of the towns which, you know, some of those towns like a Hanover, they increase. So that's where we stand on it.
And they increase. Hanover, Sunapee, Sunapee not so much because they're also an excess swept town. But Hanover, not being an excess swept town and not be a stabilization town, is going to see an increase due to the increase in base. So the increase in base does not help the property poor communities like Berlin and Claremont, and it doesn't help the property rich communities because of the excess swept.
Right. Yeah.
So it does a little bit for some folks in the middle. Yeah.
We're not there.
No.
But the amount of money we're spending right on current law for education is $962.4 million. The House proposed $1,031 million, and the Senate is proposing $1 for FY '24, $1,040 million. So they're proposing $9 million more than we proposed.
Didn't they put some of the programs back into the education trust fund?
Yes, they did do that. I do have that here. They put most of the programs all back into the Education Trust Fund. What they didn't do, though, is they didn't fund the tuition and transportation for career technical education. It's back to $9 million per year of the biennium, and we'd recommended $11.2 million per biennium due to the fact that We see now that we have 10th, 11th, and 12th graders going to CTEs. Nashua, Exeter, and Manchester, transportation is now covered by before they transport inside their own district. And if you didn't transport outside the district, you didn't get transportation money. So with that added in there with the cost of those three communities, that alone jumps to a huge amount. But remember, out of that $9 million, first comes transportation. What's left is then divvied up for tuition reimbursement to the sending district based on 75% for the state and 25% of the cost for the local. But with more students involved, it's going to be less tuition. And so that's why we asked for the 2.2 additional. It was actually voted down, rejected, due to maintenance of effort. Maintenance of effort means that once you get to a level of funding, you can't go backwards. But that's not the way it's always been done around this joint. Going back about 6, 7, 8 years ago, it used to be $5 million for career technical education. We jumped it to $9 million, knowing that due to our population that we have, we're trying to get an increased CTE population, we got to parallel that with supporting dollars. And we have just decided by way of that amendment not to do that. And that's going to be very difficult for our CTE centers to function and to keep current and to get new students.
Yeah, we'll get your growth is going to be.
Yeah, and they won't have the seats. And some sending districts aren't sending because they don't get the transportation dollars.
So what do we need on that, Rick, to get it to where it left the house?
We need another $2.2 million each year of the biennium.
It's another
4.4.
Yeah, $4.4 million.
I heard from Senator Lang he's going to try to put a floor amendment in supporting that 4.4.
Yeah.
However.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, there's not much difference between $1 billion, 31 million and $1 billion, 40 million when it comes to adequacy.
Yeah.
I mean, that $9 million doesn't do that much, spread across. And I think both those numbers, the one that passed the House and the one that's being proposed in the Senate, are both strong numbers, but you'd probably get more bang for the buck if you took 4.4 out of that and put it towards CTE.
Yeah.
Directed it towards CTE, and then looked at a more in an allocation of adequacy that was more along the lines of the House formula, which wouldn't quite be as generous for Manchester and Nashua, but it would still be generous for Manchester and Nashua, but also really help out places like Berlin and Claremont, Franklin, Pittsfield, that have been taking it on the chin for way too long. So
The actual cost for the state to send to a CTE center, it's about $680,000. That's funding at 10 cents per mile per pupil that rides the bus, which is ridiculous to begin with. That's not the actual, that's what the state pays for. The actual cost is $2.8 million per year. So the districts, you subtract $680,000 out of 2.8, you come up pretty close to that 2.2. And that's where it's all coming from. But right now, what that transportation is going to do, it's going to take away from tuition. And we're just trying to make the same amount of dollar spread out further. It's like we do with catastrophic aid sometimes. Yeah. Yeah.
We good?
Yeah, well done.
all right, great.
Don't forget